Okay, let's get started. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, dear faculty members, dear students, good afternoon. I'm from Department of Architecture, College of Architecture and Urban Planning of Tongji University. I'm the chairman. It is my great honor to host the opening session entitled Shifts and Innovations, New Trends and Practices in International Collaborative Teaching in Architecture. Now, architecture discipline is undergoing the global paradigm restructuring, with its value orientation shifting from a singular formula logic to a multidimensional response to humanistic and ecological concerns. The rapid urbanization and multicultural convergence of cities in the global south have provided critical practical specimen for the evolution of the discipline, while also compelling international education cooperation to shift from knowledge export to contextual mutual learning. This forum, framed within the Belt and Road Educational and Scientific Cooperation Framework, explores pedagogical approaches that integrate locality, humanistic values, and sustainability. We aim to review the strategies and the methods of emerging collaborative teaching models, activate the potential for regional educational collaboration. Now, let me start with leaders attending today's opening remarks. They are member of the Standing Committee of the CBC Tongji University Committee, Vice President of Tongji University, Professor Li Xiangning, President of Aquasia, Professor Wu Jiang, Deputy Director of the Office of International Affairs of Tongji University, Professor Chen Yili, Dean of the College of Architecture and Urban Planning of Tongji University, Professor Yuan Feng, Deputy Secretary of the Party Committee, President of Tongji Architectural Design Group Company Limited, Mr. Zhou Zijing. We also warmly welcome our keynote speakers and roundtable panelists. They are Chairman of the Aquasia Committee of Architecture, Education, and Chair of the Education Steering Committee of the Commonwealth Association of Architects, CAA, Said. Said joins us online. Also, we have three important guests coming from TUM. They are Chairman of the Department of Architecture, Technical University of Mombasa, Richard Kariuki, warmly welcome. Professor of the Department of Architecture from Technical University of Mombasa, Kalanda Kamankan. Former head of the Department of Architecture of TUM, Unesmas Mautu. Also from University of Nairobi, Chairman of the Department of Architecture, Robert Ruggiero. From Politecnico di Torino, Research Fellow at the Department of Regional and Urban Studies, Zachary Jones. Also, we have from Tianjin University, Vice Dean of the School of Architecture, Professor Yang Wei. From Huaqiao University, Vice Dean of the School of Architecture, Professor Xue Jiawei. Yeah, Xue Jiawei is on the way here. From CI University of Architecture and Technology, Deputy Chairman of the Department of Architecture, School of Architecture, Professor Wu Guanyu. From Tongji University, Deputy Director of the Office of Liberal Arts Development of Tongji University, Deputy Dean of the Research Institute of Elaborate Urban Governance, Professor Zhou Minghao. From Tongji University, Department of Architecture, College of Architecture and Urban Planning, Deputy Chairman, Professor Liu Kan. Also from College of Architecture and Urban Planning from Tongji University, Executive Director of the Fukuoka International Education Center for Architecture and Urbanism, Professor Qu Zhang. Let's warmly welcome all of you. Also, the success of this forum would not be possible without the strong support of the university, and now let's warmly welcome leaders to give us opening remarks. Let's start with the member of the Standing Committee of the CPC Tongji University Committee, Vice President of Tongji University, Professor Li Xiangning. Welcome. Dear Professor Wu Jiang, dear guests from China, as well as from the Mombasa, dear professors, dear colleagues, especially I want to mention Kamankan Professor and Nawatu Professor from Mombasa. You two are deans. Yeah, so today we are really honored to meet with you in Shanghai at Tongji University to jointly inaugurate the symposium on new trends and new practices in international joint teaching of architecture, transition and innovation. First of all, please allow me, on behalf of Tongji University, to extend warmest welcome and sincere gratitude to all institutional leaders, experts, scholars, teachers, and friends who have traveled from afar to join us. In these years, we are faced with many transformations and challenges. On the one hand, we've seen the digital technology brought by artificial intelligence, especially the AI, fundamentally reshaping the body of knowledge, design methodologies, and talent cultivation models. At the same time, higher education in China has turned from just the ivory tower to more practical and down-to-earth issues to solve the industrial demands and make real contributions. So today, against this backdrop, we are not just faced with the deepening implementation of the Belt and Road Initiative, but also the international education cooperation in architecture has not just come to Kenya, Mombasa, but also we've seen it moving towards solving the actual social issues. So today I feel that for such a trend, and today we are held around the topic of shifts and innovation, new trends and practices in international collaborative teaching in architecture. This shows this new landscape, and this also brings the very clear direction for the architecture transformation. In these years, Tongji University has greatly promoted the internationalization. You may heard last year at the Thames High School University ranking, in terms of the internationalization, we surpassed Peking University for the first time to rank number one in universities in mainland China. Number one in universities in mainland China. Also, I feel that for our discipline architecture, civil engineering, these advantageous industries, we are also faced with, on the one hand, to be more international, so we can attract more international students. Last year, I know for the College of Architecture and Urban Planning, although we have fewer enrollment from mainland China, but actually rapid growth in international students. Last year, for this college, we've had 150 international students, and we teach directly in English. Yeah, so in the future, for this 2035, when China's higher education reaching the peak, we will move towards more international and embrace students from Belt and Road countries, and we would welcome more students from Belt and Road to come to our advantageous disciplines like construction, civil engineering, and others. Recently in Kenya, we are also working with the University of Nairobi on the Excellent Engineer project. In September, I would lead the team to Kenya to promote this cooperation. At the end of the year, in the beginning of next year, our Ministry of Environment is also going to visit Kenya, and our project might become a very important model of cooperation between China and Kenya in teaching. So in the past, in projects, in economy, in construction, we can have more collaboration, and we will yield more fruitful results in talent cultivation as well. Yeah, so today, I'm very glad to see Professor Wu and Professor Zhou, who have already talked about this joint research and teaching between us and the TUM. I'm very glad to see that, and I sincerely hope that there can be more faculty dedicated to it. And as our minister, Mr. Huai, visiting Kenya, I believe such a joint teaching on excellent engineers and such joint teaching model will attract other universities as well. Today in architecture, we have Tianjin University, we have other universities to join us together on this project. Today we've also welcomed faculty as well as leaders from different universities and colleges. I'm very glad to see they can join this joint teaching in architecture together to make it more international. Last but not least, I sincerely hope through today's symposium, we can further promote in architecture as well as in other architecture-related areas like urban planning, landscape, civil engineering, environment, transportation, etc. We can all take today's symposium as the starting point to jointly build an open and inclusive exchange platform, take stock of existing practical experiences, promote the sharing of educational resources, jointly explore innovative pathways for international joint teaching in architecture that meets the need of the new era. Last but not least, I wish today's symposium a complete success, and I sincerely hope our guests, especially those coming afar from Africa, you can have an enjoyable stay in Shanghai. And I will go to Kenya or other African countries very soon to meet with you in person. So indeed, I feel that it is a great honor for me on behalf of the university to speak here. I want to see you soon. Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice President Li, for your wonderful remarks. Next, let's give the floor to Deputy Director of the Office of International Affairs, Professor Chen Yili, to give us a speech. Welcome. Distinguished Professor Wu, Professor Li, Dean Yuan, dear faculty, dear students, dear colleagues, good afternoon, everyone. I am the Deputy Director of the Office of International Affairs at Tongji University, Chen Yili. It is a great honor to be here at the Forum at Shifts and Innovation, New Trends and Practices in International Collaborative Teaching Architecture, and to join you in witnessing this important dialogue concerning the future of architectural education. First, regarding Tongji University's international cooperation, we can see we have cultivated deep roots and achieved fruitful results. Our international affairs work has always been centered on high-level and deep-seated international cooperation as the goal. To date, we have established stable cooperative relationships with more than 300 universities and institutions across over 40 countries and regions. Just last month, together with our president, we went to Azerbaijan to participate in the high-level conference at the United Nations Human Settlements Program, and we visited two best universities there, the Baku University and Azerbaijan Technical University, and we together promote these Belt and Road projects. For Africa, we've also had years of collaboration. We worked with the UNDP to set up this Sustainable Development College together, and we have trained thousands of talents for Africa. We've also taken the lead in designing the Greater Conference for African Union. Together with the TUN, we've had 6 sessions of joint design teaching. This is also an exemplary achievement. In March this year, a delegation of German visited our university. Members coming from top universities and institutions like Max Planck Society, Fraunhofer Society. We've had in-depth dialogues on intelligent technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. In the same month, University of Seville from Spain, University of Warwick from the UK, University of Alberta from Canada, and others visited successively, covering cooperation in civil engineering, computer science, and environmental science. At the same time, we have successfully secured the hosting rights for GI Science 2027, a top international conference in geographical information science, which will be held in Asia for the first time. Our project Digital Empowerment South-South Co-Governance has also been selected as one of the Ministry of Education's first batch of national model cases. These fully show our growing international academic conference. Second, the convening comes at an opportune time, responding to the question of our era and leading the way going forward. Now the global architecture is undergoing a profound paradigm shift. The rapid urbanization and diverse needs of cities in the global south are redefining the value boundaries. The traditional one-way export model of international teaching is no longer sustainable, being replaced by a new cooperative paradigm rooted in local contexts, mutual learning on equal footing, and collaborative innovation. This forum, built upon the solid foundation of Belt and Road, educational and scientific connectivity, brings together education practitioners. We must address such a defining question: how to build a new model of architecture education that integrates global vision and local contexts.
This is not merely a pedagogical exploration within the discipline, it's also an important practice for Tongji University to deepen its international cooperation, serve the development of the global south, and promote dialogue among civilizations. The Office of International Affairs will continue to support such high-standard exchange platforms so that joint teaching can evolve from project-based collaboration to institutionalized co-creation. We do hope that Tongji University is ready to join hands with global partners for shared growth and mutual benefits. This is actually a two-way collaboration, and Tongji University will continue to uphold its well-established tradition of advancing with nation and serving society through science and education. Under the guidance of the BRI, we'll work with partners around the world to cultivate more interdisciplinary talents with a global vision. Finally, I would like to wish today's event a great success. Thank you. Thank you, Director Chen Yili. Now, I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Yuan Feng, Dean of College of Architecture and Urban Planning of Tongji University. Now the floor is yours. Your Excellency, Mr. Li Xiangning, Professor Wu Jiang, and colleagues from Africa, Professor Kariki, and Professor Mawatu, and Professor Rukaro from University of Nairobi. Greetings to you all, and also I would like to welcome colleagues from Huaqiao University, Tianjin University, and the experts. Greetings to you all. It's a great pleasure to be here at the forum on Shifts and Innovations, New Trends and Practices, International Collaborative Teaching in Architecture, and to reunite with friends both new and old. Hopefully, we can really have the very collaboration in Global South as well as developing countries, especially with a focus on Africa. For College of Architecture and Urban Planning at Tongji University, we have done a lot of work in this area. First of all, with the joint programs as well as student exchange programs, we would like to really start our international cooperation across the board. For our international teaching staff, it accounts for 15% of the total here. We have introduced the very top talents from overseas, and 60% of our faculty members have long-term overseas study or research experience. And also we offer full English taught international master's and undergrad programs, laying a solid language foundation for our students. Also for REBA assessment, we have finished the Part 1 and Part 2 assessment for our architecture-related curriculum. That is to say, for all those practitioners in the industry, they can also apply for the course and curriculum we offer in the large framework of English Commonwealth countries. And in the next week, we're going to go to UCL and serve as one of the 7 judges there to see whether they are going to pass the REBA test or assessment or not. We have seen the constant increase of international students. Last year, the long-term, short-term international students, we altogether got 194 of them. And as for this year, we have issued admission to more than 210 international students. I'm sure the figure is going to increase. And for the second half of this year, the number of international students is going to grow thanks to the REBA assessment as well as long-term as well as well-established international cooperation. And also the high-standard international dual degree programs. That's something we've been working so hard on for the past 20 years. At its peak, we got 28 dual degree programs, and right after COVID, it decreased all the way to 14 of them only, and we're currently bringing us on a journey of recovery, and we would like to really collaborate with, for example, Technical University of Berlin, Germany, as well as Polytechnical University of Torino, Italy, and among other top-notch polytech universities around the world. And yesterday, we got a lot of international students coming from France, Spain, and Italy who graduated successfully from Tongji University. They might be here with 1 year or even longer time. and they are going to finish their thesis defense both home and abroad, and eventually they will be certified dual degree certificates. And that shows the influence of China as well as EU. Maybe for this model, we can just establish that with our partners in Africa as well as other global South countries. And also for cutting-edge interdisciplinary collaboration, before COVID, we collaborated with MIT and ETH Zurich. And in last year's biannual festival, we had the very workshops involving us as well as our counterparts overseas, and we demonstrated the very intelligent sensing as well as intelligent construction work on the ground in the very festival. And as for Digital Futures platform, we have held that event for 15 consecutive editions, and we're going to embrace the 16th edition of that. For such a platform, that's actually the solid foundation we had, and on top of that, we have the very CDF International Conference, and it will be held by New South Wales, Australia, and next year it will be taken by UCL. And with those platforms, we can really take good care of both the design as well as architecture, and as a way for us to promote interdisciplinary collaboration. And then we're going to progressively deepen Belt and Road related cooperation. And Technical University of Mombasa in Kenya is such a good partner example for us to look at. And also we are glad to have here with us representatives coming from University of Nairobi. They are all very important partners along the Belt and Road. And for Professor Wu Jiang, you took the lead to look into the local culture of Mombasa for 6 consecutive years, and you have made your due contribution in that area. For students as well as teaching staff alike, we would like to learn from Africa, while at the same time we can just share our technologies with them to make sure that we can integrate everything so harmoniously, and to make sure that the global culture can be used and learned by the local culture in Africa. Hopefully by joining hands with all of you here, we can really deepen our friendship with each other. For this forum, it's a collective action oriented towards the future. It's not just about Tongji University. Hopefully with our sister universities around the world, we can take good care of the very demands in global South and African countries, be it for architecture, science, technology, practice, or culture related to urban development. Hopefully our mindset, philosophy, as well as results, we can exchange all of them with our counterparts in the global South countries. Hopefully, in this way, we'll be able to bring our practice to Africa and to make sure that Chinese culture can successfully go global. With innovation, we're going to really rise up to the challenges with cooperation. Hopefully, by working together, we can create a new paradigm for international collaboration in teaching. Thank you so much. I would like to wish today's event a complete success. Thank you, Professor Yuan Feng. And finally, in the opening session, I would like to give the floor to Deputy Secretary of the Party Committee and President of Tongji Architecture Design Group Corporation Limited, Zhou Ziji. Professor Wu, distinguished guests, experts, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm so glad to be here at the forum on shifts and innovations, new trends and practices, international collaborative teaching architecture. On behalf of Tongji Architectural Design, the supporting institution of the forum, I would like to extend our warmest welcome to all of our colleagues, both home and abroad. The internationalization journey of Tongji Architectural Design can be summarized as a process of moving from going global to becoming locally embedded. As one of the most influential design institutions, our business footprint spans the globe. Under the Belt and Road Initiative, we have completed a series of overseas projects with significant international impact. Of course, the most iconic one will be the African Union Conference Center, located in Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. This building is a landmark achievement of China-African cooperation and iconic work of Tongji Architecture Design Group. The project took 3 years, during which our team was deeply rooted in the local context, working side by side with African colleagues from preliminary research and scheme design to construction coordination and final completion. Every step was a vivid practice of cross-cultural collaboration, and it's actually the important step we make to go global. Another significant project is Senate building of Gabon. Our team conducted in-depth research on local regional culture and climatic characteristics, integrating modern architectural language with traditional Central African elements. As mentioned by Professor Yuan, we need to put ourselves in the local cultural context, while at the same time, we need just to put ourselves in the shoes of the local users. That's something we always support. In Asia, we participate in the design of the Kiangdom Hanoi Landmark Tower in Vietnam. This 72-story super high-rise building was one of the tallest in Vietnam and has become a calling card for Chinese design in Southeast Asia. From Africa to Asia, every overseas practice of Tongji Architectural Design Group has never been a simple matter of relocating Chinese design overseas, but rather a process of contextualized creation grounded in a deep understanding of local cultural heritage, climatic conditions, and user needs. This aligns closely with the forum's advocate principle of rooting in locality, equal dialogue, and mutual empowerment. For a period of long time, we maintain a close integrated relationships with industry, academia, research collaboration. This relationship has yielded fruitful results in domestic projects and play a very important role in talent cultivation. Of course, it provides project support, but more importantly, bring real-world overseas project experience along with challenges and complexity of cross-border collaboration into the teaching process. And this way, we can really focus on the practices on the ground. As a globally influential design institution, we deeply recognize that 3 core competencies matter: cross-cultural understanding, technological integration, and local empathy. Our institution is ready to serve as a training ground for the 3 abilities cultivation. We'll continue to open up our overseas project resources, providing real design tasks and cross-border collaboration scenarios. Also, we look forward to exploring, together with the college, technology teams, and our partners at home and abroad, a new international cooperation paradigm that integrates design, technology, and culture. Dear colleagues, architecture is not merely a combination of bricks, stones, and steel structures. It's a carrier of culture, memory, and future. We're still ready to uphold our philosophy of creating value through design. Finally, I wish today's forum a complete success. I would like to look forward to your exchange of ideas during the event. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zhou Zijing, for your speech. And obviously, you have touched upon a lot of things. In the opening remarks, including, for example, institutional strategy, international cooperation, college development, and design practice, perhaps that's the right way for us to go. And we are deeply aware that the shift and innovation in international collaborative teaching in architecture is not an option, but a necessity for all of us. Now, if I may, we're about to kick off the keynote speech session. And if I may, I would like to give the floor to Wang Yanze to become the moderator of the next session. Thank you, Professor Wang Yi, as well as all the leaders for your speech. And now we are about to start the keynote speech sessions. Altogether, we have 9 speakers here with us. 3 professors are here with us online. The first speaker, ladies and gentlemen, this is Professor Zhou Minghao, coming from Tongji University. Now the floor is yours, Professor Zhou. Dear experts and leaders, I'm so glad to be here with you all, sharing the ideas on our long-term collaboration between Tongji universities as well as Mombasa Technical University. Obviously, we are the organizer of the event, and it's not that usual for us to have the representative of the organizer as the first speaker of the keynote speech session. We do that simply because we have done so much work in the past period of time, and we would just like to draw a broad picture to your attention. And I know that the presentations that follow, they focus on probably the international drawing programs undertaken by each one of our sister universities and institutions.
So please allow me to start with our teaching project. So that's why I'm the first among the keynote speakers to share with you. It's like a warm up for the following speeches. For my topic here is the Tongzi TUM joint teaching project. Well, here it is said 2020 to 2026, but actually there were 1 to 2 years beforehand for preparation, but due to the COVID, we started in about 2022, so now about 5 years of history. Today, I would cover the following three parts, or three keywords here: collaboration, exploration, and vision. For the collaboration, actually, it is very much in line with the topic of this symposium. We realize more and more global south building a road cooperation has come to a new stage, and we moved from the West-centered or EU-US dominated to the new stage. Now we are also faced with new challenges, especially the AI, digital intelligence. How can we explore in this new era? So I'd like to share with you in this semester what we had done, and I would end with the vision. First of all, collaboration. Please allow me to review the background for this joint teaching project, that is the very good long-term relationship between China and Africa. Also, under the big concept of the Global Civilization Initiative, in civilization, in historic heritage, in civilization, mutual learning exchanges, we have had a lot of collaboration between China and Kenya. Our relationship could be traced back to when Zheng He visited and made the voyage back. In these years, we have also closer and closer relationship between us. Last year, President of Kenya, Ruto, visited China. We've signed a series of cooperative agreements around infrastructure, energy, digital economy, etc. So that is also the reason why our collaboration can come to a more in-depth stage. Like I said, from 2020, between our two universities, leaders, especially the former executive president of Tongji University, Professor Wu, as well as from the TUM, Professor Lila, we together promoted and launched this joint teaching project. Yeah, for such collaboration, it has a very important consensus, that is, our stereotype of Africa is it has abundant natural resources, wild animals, beautiful scenery. But we may always neglect its built heritage, intangible culture, long-term tradition, which we may not know very well. Yeah, so we want to explore the Africa we are not that familiar with. Actually, for the UNESCO, it also provides the data to prove that our understanding and importance of Africa World Heritage Sites is not enough. We may not know well enough, and also the value of these heritages have not yet been fully demonstrated. So, taking advantage of such joint teaching project, we hope to have new understanding of this. Please allow me to briefly introduce to you the background of Mombasa, this ancient historic city, which is the largest port city in East Africa. also the second largest city in Kenya. It was the capital of Kenya before, but it is replaced by Nairobi later. But still, among the city clusters in Africa, Mombasa has strong features because it is closely related with ocean trade, Arab, Indian, Portuguese colonies. So these external culture have also formed the very special, diversified, and complex Mombasa architecture style, as well as the traditions in Mombasa. The most famous of Mombasa is from 16th century when Portuguese built the Fort Jesus, which is also a UNESCO site. It has also become the origin of the urbanization in Mombasa. So around this UNESCO site, Mombasa Old Town has become the buffer zone here, which has maintained a very good urban texture, including the traditional atmosphere here. But in these years, due to different reasons, especially lack of funding, lack of management, the old town in Mombasa has witnessed the decayed or mismanaged buildings. So our partner, Professor Klanda, he has been working for many years in the heritage protection in Mombasa. And we find that in Mombasa, there are also modern heritage from 20th century, including the TUM campus itself is a very good site for modern heritage. With our collaboration with the TUM, we've signed such a MOU. There are 3 findings by the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security. We've held 5 joint design studios. This semester marks the 6th. From this project, over 60 Tongji students have been benefiting from this joint project, including over 100 students from TUM. In the joint teaching program for 5 times before, we have set up such a 3-phase framework, from context study to urban study to the architecture design. So students from both Tongji and the TUM can help each other so they can be familiar with the old town in Mombasa step by step, go to the deeper side. During this joint design, there are 3 bases. 2 are from the old town, 1 is the TUM campus, which has a clear boundary. During collaboration, during students' exchanges, we find that students from both Africa and the Tongji University have similarities but also differences due to different cultural background, different social backgrounds. Just like Professor Wu said in the morning, such cross-cultural exchange is so important because we can find our own cultural identity and feature from exchanges. Such a project team also plays such an important role. More importantly, why we have such successful joint teaching is because of the people behind. How can we contribute more from these colleagues and the people of similar minds? So in these years, we have built such a project team. We have 2 founders, 2 very famous leaders on both sides. We also have teaching group, including Professor Wang, me, Professor Kalanda, Professor Kamatu. We also have teaching support team, including in technology, teaching assistants. Also, we don't hope this project or exchange limited to Tongji and the TUM only. Instead, we want to expand to a wider expert network so more experts can join in the discussion, provide lectures to students, and participate in the judging. So we invited from Asia and Europe different experts. We've set very good bond and a relationship between us. After on-site investigations and exchanges one by one, the COVID also helped us to learn how to better use the internet tools. Especially during the COVID, Professor Kalanda has also shared with our students online, such as spatial navigation in Old Town. Chinese students and African students cooperate with each other. They've also set up very interesting mechanism, like through this cognitive map. We ask TUM students to draw the Mombasa in their minds, which help our students to modify, renew, protect the campus. During the joint teaching program, especially when we set the TUM campus as a base, we noticed that on the one hand, TUM faculty and students are our partners. On the other hand, they are also the objects of our interviews. They've provided useful information through such questionnaires. We know better of campus in Africa. In May every year, we would form the team to go to TUM campus. So to do the briefing and presentation at the end of the semester, just like today, several professors have already witnessed this morning. During the midterm presentation, we would invite the faculty and the students from TUM to come to Chongji together. Also, we've held different events around the heritage conservation and urban regeneration. Results have been published in the Architecture Asia, which is the official journal of the Acacia. That is also a type of collaboration or dialogue on heritage and urban architecture between China and Africa. We also want to further scale up our influence. For example, with Nairobi University, we've also did the briefing. Also for UN Habitat and UNESCO experts, we've also done presentation to listen to their opinions. For me personally, at the international conference, I've also shared our teaching program and results, which have been recognized with very good feedbacks. From this semester, we start to work on the existing teaching model by combining AI and related tools into it, like this morning. In our just completed judging session, it is very impressed because the background is as AI comes, how should we respond? We think AI is not only challenges but also opportunities. Because AI comes so fast, it's unable to resist. But on the other hand, we've noticed that for emerging countries or developing countries, the AI might become a possible opportunity for us to taking the lead. Also, AI is reshaping the relations between architects and clients and our industry as well. Like what kind of service we can provide. It has come with a new topic to us. Especially non-professionals can apply AI to form the way of the architecture in their mind. And we architects, how should we play our roles?
Unlike African counterparts, the Chinese market is currently faced with a new challenge. That is, we have already past the fastest growing period of infrastructure or building construction, a lot of, I would say, architects, they might not necessarily want so much architect related education anymore. If that is the case, what should we really do? First of all, for architecture related education, we do need to have our own paradigm shift to see how we can go beyond the boundaries to explore more possibilities, like in games design or in scenario making for movies and films. I would say some graduates of our program university have become the market leaders. That is the reason why in this semester's joint teaching program, we do need to emphasize the importance of AI. We feel like AI today is not a choice right in front of us. That's something we must get our hands on. Therefore, we do hope that for our students, they could really focus on the preservation and the renewal of the old town of Mombasa, while at the same time they need to work hand in hand with AI. In order to achieve that vision, we have our three-stage approach taken here. First of all, it's about the database as well as knowledge library built for the old town. For the local community and local visitors and travelers, we do need to help them build a very foundational library. And that paves the way for the second stage of our work, that is to build and put in place the intelligent AI agent. Obviously, for our students, they have different proposals made, but they share one single principle. That is to make sure that more and more people, travelers, they have the chance to know more about Mombasa and to really get to know the significance and value of Mombasa. And finally, be it for the library or AI agents, they're gonna just be used to support our architecture design to make sure the students can think about how AI can be used to empower the design of architecture. It's actually the intervention of human beings and AI. And in order to achieve all those three stages of work, we also introduce our technical team as well as expert team, including a corporation which is Metro Data Tech. And with their help, we designed the relevant education modules to bring together the urban architecture design as well as urban development, including UI UX design, products design, and planning, you name it. Like our knowledge library or knowledge spectrum design, basically there are three layers of things attached to it. Let me just show that to you. As in how to do data cleansing for the library, or the construction of the modeling or the model itself, they are all made into bilingual version. And as for the second stage, obviously it's all about design of an AI agent. Like the overall factors, visualized factors, and interactive factors. Maybe for conventional architecture design education, we might not emphasize enough the importance of them, but in our drawing program, the creativity and innovation and result-oriented mindset in conventional architecture education, hopefully they can all be transferred to our newly established joint program. And for AI agent, it's not just an app itself, it's more of a platform. Hopefully more and more people can use the platform interacting with each other. And when it comes to the third stage, it's about using an agent to empower design. We focus more on the process itself instead of purely focusing on results. Hopefully, with the designs, the students may stand a chance to rethink the relationship between AI and architects, or the relationship between human and machine, and how the collaboration can take place in a good way. And what are and should be the connections between human beings and machines? For some of the students, they take AI as a very powerful tool, and therefore they're a heavy user of AI. On each step of their way of design, it's all driven by AI. However, for other students, they might not necessarily be the intensive user of AI. They simply take AI as the tool for them to verify or recalibrate their own design, or the tool for evaluating their work result. And for most of the job, it's actually done by students themselves. For our curriculum, we have got some preliminary experiences accumulated, but in the future, we do need to explore more together with our partners, teaching staff, and students in Africa. Of course, as for the future directions to go and the ways for improvement, I summarize all of them as vision the concept on the slide. Of course, we do need to engage even more experts in our network of resources. Obviously, for Professor Wu Jiang, you are the chairman of Acacia, and I'm actually the secretary general of our committee in Acacia. We just would like to engage as many talents as possible into our network. For a lot of young architects, they really value the sustainable development and also are concerned about the very relationship or the right relationship that can be developed between AI and human designers. Hopefully, they can be a part of our global network. One more thing, for Mombasa, it's only one of the coastal city in East Africa, and maybe in the future we could demonstrate our ambition to jump out of Mombasa to really cover a lot more cultural heritage based cities or time honored cities in Africa to make sure that the African cultural heritage and legacy can attract even more attention and be better interpreted by people around the world. And that's it from me. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Professor Zhou, for your speech. Obviously, you walked us through our historical collaboration with university coming from Mombasa. And with that, I would like to give the floor to Professor Kaliwuki to brief us upon their ideas. Now the floor is yours.
Our host, Professor Wu, and the leadership of the Tonji University, my fellow professors from visiting professors and students, good afternoon. So my presentation will be very short. Professor Zhou has basically said everything about Mombasa and about collaboration, but I'll pick up a few things just to tie up the issues that we are discussing today, which is shifts and innovations, new trends in international collaboration in teaching in architecture. Yes. All right, so my presentation is talking about the collaboration in architecture education. This time I need to talk about developing countries. Specifically, maybe I had a challenge getting the proper word for this, whether it's the global south or developing countries. But in this case, I would like to talk about the low and middle income countries, where we come from, to distinguish it from the rest of the global south, such as some of our hosts here. So the story of Mombasa has been told by Professor Jo. I don't need to tell it anymore. Maybe just to mention that Mombasa is more than, Kenya is more than Old Town. Kenya is, Mombasa is a glowing city. We have new and old parts of Mombasa. We conserve the Old Town, but the new town is growing and faces the challenges of modern developing cities, which we are all aware of. The rest of the story about the history and the centuries of interaction with Arabs, Persians, Indians, Chinese, Portuguese, and Britons has been well laid out now and in the morning. And the tropical nature of Mombasa has been well established. So just to mention a little bit about the Technical University of Mombasa, we are new, not a very old institution, 78 years since 1948, when it was established as a small institution and grew as a technical institute and became a university about 13 years ago. We are in the School of Engineering and Technology, the Department of Architecture and Built Environment. It's a very small department, around 500 students, where we teach architecture and quantity surveying. Quantity surveying is building economics. So that is the context of our institution. Maybe I can just mention about our international collaborations and the insights that we've grown from our collaborations. The collaboration with Tonji University has been well established and introduced here by Professor Jo. I don't think I can add anything beyond that. Maybe I could mention about the other collaborations, just briefly. This is Tonji University, where we have the collaborations that have been talked about, and we have benefited, and we are benefiting right now as members of TUM with regard to the travel and participation in this kind of fora, so that we become also empowered in the new developments that are going on. But we hope that we will continue with this kind of collaborations. But the rest of the joint studio projects have been well presented by my predecessor. We have other collaborations. We are collaborating with the Polytechnic University of Turin, Torino, under the Erasmus Credit Mobility and Wagon to Africa programs, and EU funding programs. So one of the differences between this program and what we have with Tonji is that we have a credit transfer system in which we have our students who go to Turin Polytechnic for 5 months, and they get credit and they come back and we continue. So basically, we have a kind of integration between our not just our studio projects, but in terms of a whole semester program. This has benefited quite a number of our students over the last 3 years. We've also had the benefit, or we've also provided an opportunity for a master's student from Polito who came to Mombasa to do her field studies as part of her MSc, in which we provided the support and supervision during the collection of data. We also have staff mobility, and in this case, of course, we have travel to Polito. We've had situations in which 4 of our lecturers have traveled over the course of this collaboration, and in those travels, we participate in the studio sessions for about 2 weeks and provide lectures and also participate in seminars. That has also happened to Polito staff members who have traveled to TUM and joined our studio presentations and also provided lectures and seminars as part of the collaboration. We have Aarhus University in Denmark. This is a new collaboration. It's also a little bit different because it's mostly, we'll talk about research and innovation at postgraduate level, where we'll carry out research in sustainable construction, climate responsive architecture, and low carbon building technologies, including monitoring of environmental sustainability conditions. In addition, we're also planning to do joint supervisions of master's programs and PhD programs for our students and share teaching modules across not just Aarhus and University and TUM, but also other universities, including University of Nairobi and I think University of Pretoria, so that we'll be teaching these programs as joint postgraduate programs in sustainable construction, urban planning, and development, in which each of the universities will bring in their specialties and produce a master's program as modules for our students. So this is our, that is our small experience. We are only 13 years old at TUM as a university. It's a public university. Our department of architecture, we've only been teaching for 10 years. We are still young, but we are building up our collaborations, as you have seen, and we hope to continue doing that. Now, the nature of international collaborations is one in which, as a global community, we are called upon to act together, generally, as citizens of the world. As educators in architecture and other areas, we are also called upon to go along with that vision. The Sustainable Goals of the United Nations, which are our global organization, includes goals for access to quality education under SDG 4 and SDG 17 action by all countries, developed and developing in a global partnership of development. So we work within that framework as collaborating universities, as collaborating partners, as members of the United Nations to achieve those goals. And those goals, the other goals of international collaborations include sharing knowledge, resources, and expertise, which may be skewed in one direction, in which case one partner may have the resources and the expertise that the other partner does not have, and the knowledge is also shared in both ways, so that both benefit as members of this international collaboration. Contribution to the knowledge base and implementation of new knowledge through collaborations in research and innovation. And very importantly, from a socio-cultural point of view, the promotion of cross-cultural understanding for empathy, adaptability, and communication. So that this is not just about education, it's also about other partnership as human beings, as members of a global community, so that we develop understanding and the knowledge of each other. By coming to China, for example, we've been empowered and we've seen a new world. For those who will come to Mombasa, they also have that opportunity. And for those of us who are here who have not come to Mombasa, you are welcome to come to Mombasa and also the rest of Kenya, so that also our knowledge is not just about Old Town, but about the rest of our country and our continent. Sorry. Okay, so when it comes to educational partnership, we are talking about addressing global issues such as environmental sustainability, urbanization, and digital transformation together in this kind of partnership. And bridging global architectural design innovation with local grassroots knowledge, which is what we have seen through our collaboration with Tonji on the project that has been presented by my colleague here, in which we are able to learn from the local grassroots, and also bring in architectural design innovation in AI together to come up with solutions that will benefit our students and in future, of course, benefit our countries, our citizens, our cities, and so forth. Through these collaborations, we enable exposure to design across different environments, so that we do not just design in one environment, just in Shanghai and China, in the cities, but you get aware that there are other environments which differ in terms of geography and climate, local cultures, as we mentioned, economic levels, very importantly, and also developmental priorities, that the priorities in one part of the world are not necessarily the priorities in other parts, in the other parts, and that is an important part of developing these partnerships. So what are the issues and the challenges that are particular in low and middle income countries? We are aware of the challenges of these parts of the world, growing populations, rapid urbanization, poverty, and other such challenges that affect developing countries. Specifically for the purposes of collaborations, we have disparities due to resource and informational deficits, funding required for advanced physical and digital infrastructure. The technology disparities may not always be there. We may wish that we are there, we have those, but because of priorities that may may make that those resources are taken elsewhere. We have shortage of adequately trained educators to implement modern interdisciplinary teaching practices, a challenge that we try to overcome through this kind of partnership. But it's always good to note that that is a challenge that may make difficulty enabling some of these partnerships. We have collaborations which may inadvertently encourage the migration of talented young professionals. We hope that will not happen. As we take our staff and students to different parts of the developed world, our hope is that they will come back and participate in the development of our country. But of course, there is always the risk of migration of talent. And then we have the issue of the potential for disconnection from realities. As I've mentioned, the realities in Italy, the realities in Denmark, the realities in China, and the realities in Kenya, and are different in terms of what is our priorities. As we come in here and look at AI, and we are very happy and we have to move with AI and new technologies, but we also need to remember that in our countries, we have a lot of other priorities that also require our architectural intervention as lecturers, as architects, and as members of those countries. But that notwithstanding, we have opportunities and benefits that come from these partnerships. One of them is bridging infrastructure and funding gaps. Through partnership with these other universities, we are able to achieve or make use of the infrastructure that they have, and also be able to fund some of our activities, including the travel and accommodation that is there. We have the issue of sustainable and adaptive skills, where students learn modern methodologies to tackle new challenges using regional and so forth. So we are taking students around the world, in this case with modern methodologies, but tackle new challenges. These challenges are different in different parts of the world, including differences in terms of rapid urbanization, the climate issues, and resource scarcities. But by going around the world, we're also able to learn how to use regional low-carbon solutions that are available in the countries that we go to. And very importantly, curriculum development, collaborations align local programs with international standards, ensuring degrees are globally recognized. And through that, then we are able to retain our talent in our countries and be part of the global community. Benefits for partners institutions. We have real-world learning. Students gain experiential learning in environments where resource constraints foster highly innovative, sustainable design solutions. We have seen that in our collaborations that we've talked about, in which case we have to use local materials, local crafts, local technologies to deal with real-world situations that we study through this partnership. That's for the partnering institutions. Cross-cultural competency. Joint students exposes faculty and students to diverse cultural values, spatial approaches, and alternative construction techniques, and therefore broadening our knowledge of architecture, technology, and other areas, related areas. And collaborative research, which pools resources. These resources may be resources of knowledge, expertise, and others from diverse cultural and academic backgrounds, leading to more comprehensive solutions and better products of research. Finally, we have to deal with the challenges that I've dealt with, and this is just my insights, and in no way meant to be exhaustive. One of the our steps that we could take from where I come from is to depend less on the public sector and draw from private sector. I actually got this from a meeting we had with Professor Wu, talking about getting support from construction companies and other institutions that may help support our programs so that we can reduce the disparity in terms of the resources to engage in these partnerships. The other issue that we could also look into is during the setting of the agenda for partnerships is to ensure that the knowledge created is relevant and representative for mutual benefit, so that we reduce any disparities between the benefits of one and the resources of the other, so that it becomes a more equitable partnership between the members. Very importantly, and as I conclude, is also to recognize that even as we deal with these challenges, engaging in these collaborations that we're doing now is part of that solution, because we require to develop talent, to develop competencies and skills, and be able to provide solutions that will enable us in future to provide the necessary development that will reduce the disparity between countries. That is part of our role as architects, as educators, so that we can reduce the disparity in future through capacity building in education. That is what we are doing here through these collaborations. We're building capacity as part of the development of our country, global exposure, and education and research in sustainable solutions. And hopefully, by participating in collaborations now, we provide an opportunity for more equitable collaboration and partnerships in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Karaoke, for your sharing. And next, we will have 3 online speakers to share with us. First of all, let's invite from Nairobi University, Professor Robert Wambugu and Professor Margaret Macaria to share with us. Welcome. Yeah, Professor.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Hello, yes, I'm Professor Robert Okwalo.
Yeah, hello.
The Chair of Department of Architecture. Yes, and we are happy in our collaboration. Yes.
Yes, Professor. You can start your presentation.
Yeah, dear professors, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and gentlemen, all protocols observed. We are delighted to participate in the forum this afternoon, and we are glad that we have this time to share with you our presentation titled Pathways for Potential for Educational Cooperation, which is towards Architecture 5.0, AI, digital innovation, and future-built environments. And we would like to give just a brief outline of what we would be discussing, and we'll be focusing on the current ongoing university-wide collaboration initiatives between Tongji and University of Nairobi, and also the departmental collaborations between architecture departments at Tongji University, Technical University of Mombasa, and the University of Nairobi. And then we will go into the thematic areas which we have proposed for future collaboration. So with regards to the current university-wide collaboration initiatives between Tongji University and University of Nairobi, We are currently in the process of collaborating with 10 institutions, and this was spearheaded by our acting Vice Chancellor in the previous year, during which we hosted a team from Tongji University, and the consensus was reached regarding academic industrial cooperation, including the Tongji University delegation was able to visit the United Nations agencies as Kenya and the Chinese enterprise Kenya. And the focus was mainly on training of international for one of the Tongji Kenya College of Elite Engineers. And the agreement with the university and it was for Chinese E.
我们稍微等一下。
Just a moment. We are now trying to reconnect on Zoom. It seems that the internet connection here is not doing well. Just a moment, please. Thank you.
Okay. And so following that,
Margaret， 你需要重新共。
Madam, could you please just do the sharing of screen once again? Because we reconnect everything on Zoom again. Sorry, could you please just share your screen with us again?
then there was considering that it is going to be phased in terms of the development, in terms of the collaboration, the focus of the fields of cooperation for the first cohort of international elite, as well as the other field of architecture, urban planning, and artificial intelligence. And then with regards to the collaboration at the departmental level between the Department of Architecture in Tongji University, Technical University of Mombasa, and the University of Nairobi, we had the privilege of hosting the team as they came to Nairobi following their joint showcasing of the studio on Old Town Mombasa at the Technical University of Mombasa. And the focus of this collaboration is on East African Coast Swahili research, as well as participating in joint studios. And so this is the focus that this thematic area has, and we are interested in carrying on going forward. Then with regards to the proposed future collaboration thematic areas, we are considering rethinking architectural collaboration, especially given the global drivers of change. For starters, artificial intelligence has begun transforming design, including the digital transformation in construction, whereby we are seeing more and more 3D printing taking place on construction sites. There is also the focus on smart cities and digital governance, whereby in Kenya we have a pioneer city, which is the Konza city. And we have also the climate adaptation challenges, of which we are grappling with across the globe. And technology needs to leverage this in order for us to be able to address these climate change issues. There's also automation and robotics and data-driven decision-making that we're interested in moving into. And the key underlying question is, how should architectural education evolve for the next generation, given this digital transformation? If we look back in history and the focus that was there on traditional architecture, we find that this paid a lot of attention to culture. Forms, as well. Going forward then is, how can we retain that cultural identity and that African tradition in this context, given that it is rooted in place and tradition as well as community. And then moving on to what has already entered into architecture, and this being the computer-aided design aspects, as well as the building information management systems and the geographic information systems, we find that the increasing digitalization of architecture is now contributing towards parametric and more computational design, as well as digital fabrication and 3D printing. And so the shift has not stopped with that, but it's moving on and making us ask the questions and to fabrication to move towards more digitalized transformation where we design and document digitally. And with regards to then in architecture, we find that the AI revolution is here with us, and we are now moving to more AI-assisted design and optimization, including smart buildings and the Internet of Things, which is assisting in data-driven decisions and predictive analytics. So there's an opportunity that we are now trying to embrace, and these are areas that we seek to move into and to collaborate with regards to education in architecture. And there's now the Architecture 5.0 frontier that we are in need of addressing, especially given the challenges of climate change and how sustainable futures have to be actually realized, and what we need to actually be developing and designing. And so the focus now needs to also move towards more human-centered AI in relation to empathy for the community aspect and the social aspect, and how digital twins and extended reality can contribute towards realizing this, especially with regards to how real-time data informs the existing built environments. And there's also the aspect of inclusion of robotics and automation in construction, which therefore can assist us in addressing ecological as well as economic issues and challenges with regards to how we build and how we develop our built environment in order for it to be resilient and produce regenerative futures. So these are some of the areas that we are interested in collaborating, especially given that these new approaches are calling for aspects of retooling and upskilling and building capacity across members of staff, but also to be able to impact on the learners, but also on the industry aspect. And so there is need for new mindsets, as well as in order to embrace new possibilities for purposes of having better futures. So what then is the vision for this collaboration? We propose these goals as shared goals across the learning institutions that we intend, or we are proposing to collaborate in. And this would enable us to create a globally competitive partnership that addresses frontier research, modernizes architectural education, supports industry innovation, and develops future-ready graduates who are able to plug into the labor market, and addressing at the same time African as well as Asian and even global challenges. With regards to then the pillars that would form the anchors of these research areas, especially regards to artificial intelligence in architectural design, we are looking at intelligent design, smart cities, digital construction, robotics, and automation, as well as sustainable futures. So in the first frontier of artificial intelligence in architecture, some of the emerging research areas include AI-assisted design generation, as well as generative design systems, design automation, machine learning for space planning, automated code compliance, and human AI collaboration, because it's important for us to think about how can AI become a design partner rather than a replacement? And so thinking together with AI and not in isolation or with AI taking over and replacing the architect. In the second research frontier, we are considering digital twin technologies. And with this, their applications could cut across smart campuses, as well as smart cities, building performance monitoring, and also infrastructure management and heritage conservation, as we have seen from the very well-explained joint studio project at the Technical University of Mombasa. Some potential projects that we envision for this include the University of Nairobi Digital Twin and the Nairobi City Digital Twin. With regards to the framework for the smart city, we consider that it's relevant and it's very important, because what the digital twin assists is in informing better decisions, considering that this is data that is harnessed in real time, and as a result, it enables actions to be taken in the physical city. And so this then helps with addressing the question of data-driven virtual replicas of the physical city that enables understanding the prediction and informed decision making for more smarter and more resilient futures. So as changes are happening in real time, this data is very relevant as it drives the decision-making process, and responses can then be heightened, especially given the increasing changes in climate. With regard then to computational and parametric design, there is the extended reality, which we intend or we are interested in collaborating in, particularly virtual reality, as well as augmented reality and mixed realities. And this can be applied in the virtual design studios, in the heritage preservation, as we have seen, as presented earlier, in construction monitoring, urban participation, especially with regards to making of governance decisions from the bottom up. If you could incorporate community aspects or perspectives, and immersive education. And therefore, the future classroom incorporates not only the physical studio, but also the virtual studio. And in research frontier number 3, there is the focus on building information management systems that integrates not only the third dimension of geometry or the fourth dimension of time, but also cost aspects, sustainability, facility management, and life cycle intelligence. And so this then enhances the development of smart buildings. And with regards to how this impacts on the industry, you find that digitalization is now what is being embraced when it comes to inclusion of robotics and automated construction. And some of these emerging areas include the construction robotics, automated assembly, drone monitoring, robotic fabrication, and 3D printed buildings, which is ongoing. And here in Kenya, only that it has need to take up in terms of scale and also in terms of use of sustainable building materials. With regards to then the future construction site, this is already here with us in regards to humans as well as robots and AI. And so there's need for us to carry out research that focuses on how to collaborate across these different aspects. In the fifth research frontier, we are interested in collaborating in smart buildings and the Internet of Things. And this is how it may be applicable, especially with regards to intelligent buildings, whereby there is focus on occupancy, analytics, energy management, indoor environmental monitoring, predictive maintenance, as well as building intelligence systems. So this also contributes in huge ways towards addressing the environmental aspects as well as ecological, economic aspects of sustainable design. And there are research opportunities with regards to smart African buildings, whereby we are incorporating not only the smart aspects of technology, but also the cultural, socio-cultural aspects of identity and meaning. With regards to the sixth research frontier, we are interested in data-driven urbanism, and this focus is on urban analytics, particularly mobility systems, urban dashboards, big data planning, digital governance, as well as urban intelligence. And for this, a potential project includes the Nairobi Urban Observatory, and the seventh research frontier is the focus on climate technology, particularly on future sustainability research. In this, we are proposing, focusing on AI, climate simulation, carbon analytics, building performance prediction, climate adaptation modeling, and smart energy systems. And for this, the strategic goal is to aiming to get towards net zero built environments. In the eighth research frontier, then we have the heritage technology. And on this one is focusing on mainly digital heritage. And this includes laser scanning of existing heritage aspects, drone mapping, heritage digital twins, AI documentation, as well as visual representation. And we have then potential case studies, of which some have been already highlighted. This include the Lamu Old Town, Mombasa Old Town of Fort Jesus, whereby the focus is really on the Swahili East African coast. In the ninth research frontier, which is then more or less the final one, the human-centered aspects of AI and ethics. And so the critical questions with regards to this research frontier include, can AI replace architects? And that's one question that needs to be considered with regards to how to properly or how to provide guidelines with regards to its use. Who owns AI-generated designs? And how do we avoid algorithmic bias? And what happens to creativity, or how do we protect privacy? So these are all underlying questions of which there is need for us to expound on and develop guidelines on the use of AI in ethics. And this provides an opportunity for establishing African leadership in AI ethics. And this is an opportunity we are open to also collaborating, considering the collaboration with Asian universities as well, particularly in Tongji University. With regards to the future architectural studios, the new studio models include AI, and therefore there is the digital twin studio, extended reality design studio, the smart cities studio, computational design studio, as well as the robotics studio. And with regards to curriculum development, new competencies that need to be integrated with the curricular development includes research excellence in this area, innovation, consultancy, especially capacity building, this is important, and industry partnerships. So collaboration between academia and industry also needs to be strengthened. For proposals on how to go about this, one way we recommend or are proposing is the Joint Research Center, a center for AI, digital innovation, and future-built environments, whereby we have 5 research laboratories, of which AI Generative Design Lab, Digital Twin and Smart Cities Lab, Extended Reality and Immersive Technologies Lab, Robotics and Digital Construction Lab, as well as Future Architectural Education Lab can all contribute towards developing research in these areas. And the expected outcomes of this curricula would include, more or less in the academic angle, the joint PhD programs across the different participating universities, joint publications, international conferences like the one we are in currently, and also student mobilities and exchanges. With regards to the industrial angle, expected outcomes include consultancy services, being able to have transfer of technology and innovation incubators, and the impact on society being the production of smart cities, which are sustainable in terms of the communities that would be occupants or residents in the cities, as well as the digital heritage conservation. And so out of this strategic impact would be then positioning collaborating departments of architecture as leaders in Architecture 5.0, whereby architecture then incorporating AI, digital twins, robotics, and sustainability and culture is able to produce then future built environments that we can then build the future together and shape through shaping intelligent, sustainable, and human-centered built environments. Thank you very much for your attention.
非常感谢，非常
Thank you very much, Professor Rugwaro. And now I'd like to invite Umar Saeed to share with us. He is from Pakistan, and now he is the director of the Acacia Education Committee.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me share my screen. Okay, but before I start my presentation, I would like to thank Architect Professor Dr. Wu Jian. He's the President of Acacia, Professor Zhao Minghao, Honorary Secretary Acacia, and the whole Acacia Secretariat, which I've been collaborating, and especially the Tongji University for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. The question is not whether. The question is whether we have the courage and the systems to change in time. My name is Umar Saeed. I'm an architect. I've been designing and building for 28 years. As for much of that time, I have also been teaching interior design and architecture. That dual life, 1 foot in the studio and 1 foot in practice, gave me a vantage point that I did not fully appreciate until about 3 years ago. Today, I want to take you on a journey. It begins with an uncomfortable observation I made in the Philippines in September 2023. It passes through a regional research agenda that confirmed what I suspected. And it ends here, in this room, with an invitation. The journey is about preparing the architect of 2040, not imagining that architect, but systematically preparing them. I want to be transparent about where I come from because it matters for everything I'm going to say. It began practicing architecture in 1998 in Lahore, Pakistan. I've spent 28 years designing, building, dealing with clients, navigating budgets, working with contractors, and learning, sometimes painfully, what it actually takes to turn a design into a building. In parallel, I've spent much of that same period teaching architecture and interior design, first at National College of Arts, Lahore, and then at the University of Lahore. That parallel life gave me something rare. I could see the gap between academia and practice from both sides simultaneously. I knew what students were being taught, and I knew what they were not prepared for when they arrived in practice. That observation eventually became a paper. That paper became a regional research agenda, and that research agenda became the role that I hold now, chair of the Education Committee of the Commonwealth Association of Architects and the chair of the Acacia Committee on Architectural Education. Everything I'm sharing today grows from that original observation. In September 2023, I presented a paper at the Acacia Forum in Architects in Boracay, Philippines. The paper argued something that many of us in this room know intuitively, but rarely say out loud, that architecture education and architectural practice have been drifting apart for decades, not gradually, structurally. Academia has developed its own culture, exploratory, large-scale, theory-driven, insulated from the constraints of real projects and real clients. It produces graduates who can think ambitiously but struggle to detail a door. Practice, on the other hand, has become reactive, small-scale, bylaw-driven, budget-constrained, frustrated by the graduates arriving at its door without basic professional fluency, disconnected from research, disconnected from heritage, disconnected from the schools that are supposed to be supplying its future workforce. Between them, a gap, and the gap is not accidental, it's structural. We surveyed 22 Acacia members institutes across Asia to test this hypothesis. The finding was unambiguous. This is not Pakistan problem, it's a regional crisis. Countries that have bridged the gap had one thing in common: structured, intentional, sustained collaboration between academia and practice. And then, just as we were beginning to understand the scale of the challenge, the world changed again. Artificial intelligence arrived in our students' hands before it arrived in our curricula. The implications for architectural education are profound and still unfolding. Let me be direct about 4 of them. First is the design pedagogy. AI generative tools are fundamentally changing what students spend their time doing. The question in the studio is no longer how to design. It is how to direct, how to curate, how to critically evaluate what a machine produces. This is a different skill. It requires a different pedagogy. Second, the gap is widening. Practice is adopting AI tools faster than our curricula can respond. Graduates are arriving in offices without fluency tools that are ready standard in the industry. The very gap we identified in Boracay, it is getting wider, not narrower. Third, authorship and assessment. What does authorship mean when a student co-creates a machine with a machine? What does a thesis examine? What does a studio critique evaluates? These are not future questions. These are questions we must answer now. And fourth, the one that I want to hold on to for the end, it is the opportunity. AI has the potential to become or equalize access to design tools across Asia in a way that has never been possible before. The institutions that prepare the students for the landscape now will define what architecture practice looks like for the next generation. The architect of 2040 will work alongside AI. Our curriculum must reflect that reality now. So, what did I do about it? I am not someone who is comfortable stopping at diagnosis. I believe that if you can see the problem clearly enough, you have a responsibility to build the solution. The journey from observation to action has moved through 3 stages. In 2023, I diagnosed the structural gap between academia and praxis, confirmed across 22 member countries. Between 2024 and now, I responded as VP Asia of the Commonwealth Association of Architects first, and now as chair of Steering Committee of Education. I am leading the development of a climate literacy toolkit, which is a cross-cultural research, focus groups across Asia and Africa, and evidence-based resource now being benchmarked against international competency standards. And now in 2026, I've been given the mandate to institutionalize. As chair of the Acacia Committee on Architectural Education, my task is to build the systems so that this work does not depend on any single individual, so that it outlasts any single term, so that it serves all 22 member nations. That is what the next 18 months look like. ACA has been a platform for many years. It has given a voice to architectural education across Asia. That voice matters. But a voice alone is not enough. Phase 1 established ACAE voice. Phase 2 will establish ACAE structure. What do I mean by structure? I mean evidence. I mean data. I mean systems that do not depend on whoever happens to be sitting in the chair. Phase 1 gave us forums, student competitions, a regional presence at international education bodies. All of that was important. All of that continues. Phase 2 adds what was missing, a comprehensive database of every architectural school across all Arcacia zones, the first ever region-wide benchmarking report on the state of architectural education in Asia, structured academic clusters that connect universities across borders, a governance framework that will outlast the term and every term after it. So phase 1 made us heard, phase 2 will make us indispensable. The ACAE Strategic Roadmap 26-27 is built on 5 pillars, 24 tasks, 2 years, 22 member nations. I'm not going to read each pillar to you. You can see them on screen. What I want to understand is what I want you to understand is the architecture of plan itself. Pillar 1 builds the knowledge base. Pillar 2 builds the evidence. Pillar 3 strengthens the programs. And Pillar 4 builds collaborative network. Pillar 5 builds the institution itself. Each pillar depends on the one before it. This is not a list of aspirations. It is a sequence, an architectural sequence, if you will. Foundation before structure, structure before facade. Let me take you through it, how it unfolds. Year 1 is about building what is never existing. Reliable, verified, comparable data about architectural education across all of Asia. We begin to appointing educational representatives in each Arcacia zone, people on the ground in their institutions who will know the local reality. They will map every architectural school, programs offered, studio hours, faculty to faculty ratio, faculty to student ratio, curriculum structures. For the first time, we will have a complete picture. All of this will live on a new ACAE Digital Knowledge Hub, a centralized, accessible platform for all ACAE resources, research, and forum recordings, not locked in email chains and hard drives, open to all 22 member nations. Simultaneously, we are running a zone-wide education survey aligned with the Arcacia 2040 manifesto. The findings will form the backbone of the first State of Architectural Education in Asia report, a document that does not yet exist, but should. And through all of this, our program continues. The thesis of the year and the student design competition are being updated to reflect 2040 competencies. Our online forums will run across the 3 zones. And year 1 is invincible work, but nothing stands without a foundation. In year 2, the data we have gathered becomes direction. Pillar 4 launches structural collaboration. In every Arcacia zone, we will identify 2 to 3 pioneer universities willing to form MOU-based partnerships, zonal academic clusters, not short-term workshop exchanges, long-term structured cross-cultural education collaborations. We will also deepen our integration across Arcacia committees, working alongside the committees on sustainable architecture, on professional practice, and young architects. Education does not sit in isolation, neither should our committee. In the first half of 2027, we convene the first regional education roundtable, bringing together deans, faculty, and education leaders from across Asia to review benchmarking findings and shape Arcacia education policy direction of the decade ahead. Pillar 5 is perhaps the most important of all, governance. We are formalizing the ACAE governance manual, documenting ER roles, template timelines, and accountability structures. We are building a legacy framework so that every program, every database, every relationship is built in these 2 years is preserved and handed on. Individual efforts must become institutional capacity. By the end of 2027, ACAE will have delivered 7 concrete outcomes. A comprehensive digital database of architectural school across of all Arcacia zones. The first state of architectural education in Asia, a document that will shape policy across the region. Strengthen student program fully aligned with the skill an architect of 2040 will need. An institutionalized knowledge hub, a structured active education representative network, a clear policy direction aligned with sustainability, artificial intelligence, and inclusivity, and the 7th, the one I'm most invested in, ACAE elevated as a credible, evidence-based global reference body for architectural education. Not just a voice in Asia, a voice in rooms like this one. I want to end the substantive part of this keynote with a question that drives everything I have described. Who's the architect of 2040? And are we systematically, intentionally together preparing them? I believe that architects will need 3 things that our current curricula do not reliably provide. Human creativity, deep design thinking, cultural sensitivity, and understanding of heritage and place, and the irreplaceable capacity to design for the human conditions. That is what no AI can give them. We must protect and cultivate it. Then the AI fluency, not as a technical elective in the first year, but a not a technical elective in the final year, but as a foundational competency from year 1. The ability to direct, critique, and collaborate with AI tools to amplify human creativity rather than replace it. And global responsibility, climate literacy, UN SDGs integration, cross-cultural understanding, and policy awareness, not as addition to the curriculum, but as its spine. The ACAE agenda exists to build the system that produces the architect across all 22 members of Asia. The architects our world need will not emerge from isolated classrooms or isolated institutions. They will emerge from exactly the kind of conversation we are having in this room today. I want to leave you with 3 invitations. First, share your data. The State of Architectural Education report gains power through breadth. We welcome contributions from institutions beyond Arcacia borders, including, of course, China. Tongji University is exactly the kind of institution whose data and insight would make this report much better. Second, join our dialogue, our online forum on AI, sustainability, and inclusivity are not closed Arcacia events. They are open platforms. We would welcome your participation, your perspectives, and your students. Third, build with us. The zonal academic cluster model is designed for expansion. If your institution is working on collaborative curricula, on cross-cultural studios, on joint research into the future of architectural education, let us connect. We have 22 member nations. This room adds to them. Thank you.
谢谢吴马，谢谢吴马。
Thank you, Professor Wuma. And now I would like to connect ourselves to the next speaker. That is Dr. Zachary Jones coming from Italy. Now the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can see the slides.
是我们可以看到。
So thank you very much for the invitation. It is an honor to join you here today, also online from Italy. I had the pleasure to be in Tongji back in April for another event. So I wish I could have joined you here today in person, but I hope there will be future opportunities, and very happy again for this chance to be in dialogue with the colleagues there at Tongji as well as from other parts of the world. It's a great honor to be able to give my contribution to this room of people who are working really at some of the top levels globally. And so I'm happy to bring my perspective, which has, I would say, a bit of a different scale compared to some of the other presentations. And when I was asked to give this presentation, I reflected a bit more on my own personal experience. And I wanted to share how, especially this issue of international exchange and collaboration has really been an added value for my career, as it's been perhaps a defining feature. So for the presentation today, I wanted to focus on sort of two elements, how myself have experienced different forms of international exchange and collaboration in my own formation, and how that's eventually come to inform my own teaching in recent years. So these are the two elements I'll focus on, and a brief reflection on the role of technology in this, but I wanted to focus primarily today more on the international exchange component. So to briefly introduce myself and my background, I'm originally from the US, where I studied architecture at Penn State University. And I had my first international exchange in 2009 as a typical American student going to Italy, Rome, where I spent one semester. And this was quite an important moment as a starting point. Following that, I was a Fulbright US student in Croatia for a period of about 9-10 months. I then returned to Italy, where I did my PhD and many years as a postdoc in the Politecnico di Milano. That also has a exchange connection with Tongji. Then was during that period of visiting researcher in both Turkey and in the United Kingdom. Following my PhD, I completed several Erasmus Plus teaching mobilities, so did exchange teaching. And in the last year and this year, I've spent 2-month periods as a visiting professor at Xi'anjiang in China. So when I look back at my career, I have a very, sorry, my slides are not advancing. Okay. So I really, from a student to a researcher to a professor, has been very much informed by this time as I've spent abroad internationally. And I wanted to just briefly touch on how I feel that those have formed me and my view of the field of architecture and urban studies. And I would say had an incredible impact of really understanding the different complex urban realities that we find all around the world, and the value of understanding how these were quite different from where I came from. So of course, the context of Rome is very dramatic, is very historic. And it was a huge part of my education to be spending time living and studying there, and understanding all of these different complexities and how they come to inform different realities. This then also led, I would say, very much, having had this initial experience, informed my subsequent research, my interest also to continue in academia and to pursue further international exchange. So this initial act of collaboration, of being in another place, really was a spark that I would say has sort of continued throughout my career. As a PhD, this led very much to a focus on collaborative research. So I was doing mainly across Europe, looking at different countries from Italy, the UK, and Turkey, as I mentioned, how they deal with their built heritage, with their cultural heritage in terms of the planning, funding, the governance, the management, looking at different UNESCO sites in relation to the organization of events. So again, this international and comparative nature really has been a defining element, and I think this came from some of these original experiences and wanting to have this deeper understanding of really how processes occur and take place similarly or differently across the world. And more recently, this has now led, I would say, to quite consistent international collaborations, both in Europe and now more recently with China. So through different funded research projects that are bringing together different collaborators from different countries. And thanks to the exchange that I've had with Jean Jiaotong, we've been developing different research. This is, for example, the Daming Palace site in Xi'an, a very important heritage area of urban redevelopment and exploration that we've been working on. And so it's again allowed me to bring sort of different expertise from these different parts of the world and engage with scholars now, today in I would say, a very regular, consistent point of view, thanks to the chance to really physically being there, spending time together. And in terms of education, that's also allowed me now to teach courses for architecture and urban planning students that really have a high international level. So whether that was when I was in Polytechnic Milano, teaching students where our design laboratories were sometimes 50% or even now about 75 to 80% international students. So students from outside Italy coming to study there. I've also returned to teach the course I had originally participated in as a student. So teaching American architecture students coming to Rome, other students coming to Milan, teaching the evolution of the modern city. Then, as I mentioned, in Shanjiaotong, I've done a course on urban planning, and this year on urban design and public architecture. I've also had UAE students from Sharjah come to Milan and take them around the city, and again, teaching them how to read and understand these different layers. And so it's become, I would say, a key part of also my educational activities, working with either international students coming to Italy or myself going to other places like China. And so part of, I feel that what I've been able to provide or focus on is, one, remembering what I myself learned and gained from my own experience as a student way back all of those years ago, and how to transmit a similar experience to them, or to understand the impact that this can have. And I think, again, the value of being somewhere is really this immersion that they can have in a new culture, in a new urban reality, and a new history, all of these elements that can be quite complex and maybe hard to engage with initially, but then trying to equip them with the new analytical tools to better understand these, and also provide them perhaps with a new way of seeing their own home countries, their own context that they're more familiar with. Part of that, this course that I was teaching in Milan, was really through these immersive walks. So really, we were every week taking students, I was taking students throughout the city of Milan. So these sort of blue pathways, we covered quite a significant amount of territory over a semester, which usually with I would say, the typical courses that we offer, we rarely get to have this sort of deep immersion in the real physical urban environment. But through this exchange, there's somehow space for these sorts of courses. And so I think that's a really added value. For example, even for some of these students coming from UAE, just the act of walking through the city was something new, because in Sharjah or Dubai or Abu Dhabi, they go everywhere by car. So the first couple of weeks, this was a bit of an adjustment for them to do so much physical activity in the class, but they came to really appreciate and really recognize how much they learned about architecture and the urban past and evolution of the city, also by seeing places that were, from the ancient historic core out through the periphery. So to give them a full understanding of the city and really take advantage of this exchange that they were doing. Then on the other half of this was when I was the collaborative or exchange element. So my time spent over the last 2 years at the XJ-TU Polytechnic Joint School. So this was founded in 2019. There are many other similar such exchange programs across China and other parts of the world. So it's just next year will be the first sort of full complete cycle of the 5-year undergrad architecture program. So it's all entirely new, and myself and my colleagues that have participated have been figuring and sort of experimenting with this and learning as we go. And so primarily it is professors coming from Italy to teach 1 to 2 month courses in XJTU, and then there's also a component where students have the opportunity to come for travel and workshops in Italy. So there is a bit of a dual exchange of this knowledge transfer, which from our side, it's all, of course, a bit of an adjustment of having very large classes of often more than 100 students. So this is different than maybe what typically used to teaching back in Italy. And also for the students doing courses, full immersion in English and being exposed to entirely new maybe ideas, concepts, theories, examples. And so I think there's a real richness of both for them and also for myself and how we come together. And sometimes I've found actually in these courses that really almost returning to basics is a great value. In fact, they're very ready to use all of the advanced technologies. And yet also in moments there's been doing things by hand, so doing these sort of Kevin Lynch style mental maps, drawings. How do they remember their campus where they've lived and worked for years, where they study every day? How do they actually envision the spaces? How do they use these spaces? And I found by returning to some of these, it also helps them really conceptualize a new way their, how they inhabit, how they use urban space. Or it forced me to sort of rethink some of the examples or how we refer to different ideas and concepts. So usually in a more Western context, or at least coming from the US, when we think about mass housing areas or experiments of modernism, we maybe refer to examples like the Pruitt Ego housing block in St. Louis, whereas when in China, of course, this is the by far the most common form of living in the country. And so there's a need to really understand these differences and compare and contrast and build on what we might typically use for our instructive formats. So as a kind of closing, I've tried to wrap up to not take too much time. I think really in terms of the international exchange, there are really invaluable and long-lasting benefits that we can't otherwise create. And so I myself can speak to the value that this has brought to my career, and what I really try to transmit to my students, that this is something, it's not just whether it's a couple of weeks or 1 month or a couple of months, but can really become something lifelong of getting to know other places, but especially interaction with and collaboration with other actors. Within this, technology, I would say, absolutely plays a key role. Even now, speaking here, technology allows us to I would say, maintain and continue these collaborations. And then, of course, all of the information and data that it can provide and that otherwise would not be accessible. But I think in terms of this exchange, it's opened up many new avenues that previous were much more difficult to continue and maintain these ongoing efforts. I think also, again, recognizing the maybe alternative forms of education or material that we can bring into these courses to provide with students that are really important and unique, and recognizing that this has a long-term perspective, that it can really inform their future career. So I think this is a key foundational element of what we can offer students, and I think the work that you're doing and promoting here today is incredibly important. So thank you very much for the invitation and for having me, and look forward to the ongoing discussion and presentations.
Thank you very much, Zach. And now we will go back to our offline presentation. And now let's welcome Yang Wei, Vice President of Dean School of Architecture at Tianjin University. Yang Wei, please. Hello everyone, dear faculty, dear students. I'm really glad to come to Tongji to share with you in Tianjin University the international exchanges and teaching program we have. Taking the opportunity, I'd also like to extend my appreciation to Tongji University. I want to thank the faculty and the students, and congratulations for this morning. Very good, impressive. I've learned a lot as well. I hope that in the future I can learn from you as well. Okay, so for my sharing today, Next page, please. Okay, for my sharing today, I would do a brief introduction of International Collaborative Teaching at SLA-TJU, workshops, teaching programs, competitions, as well as perspectives. So to give you an introduction. So for Tianjin University TJU, our School of Architecture has a history of over 90 years. We always attach great importance to international exchanges from early those 8 most traditional architecture disciplines. Our founders, our first generation faculty all graduated from Western universities, and from 1950 to late 1970s, the then professors initiated the international exchanges again. And this is in early 1980s. Our academician Cui already had exchanges with international students. On the right, our former dean, Professor Zhang, signed MOU with Cardiff University, ENU, and Hong Kong Poly University on low carbon buildings in the cities. And for our framework, we've set up such a committee of international cooperation. So to organize international exchanges for faculty and students, as well as alumni. We've set the university level international cooperation, and we also have close collaboration with international organizations. Till this year, we work with over 60 famous universities and schools. We enhance the collaboration with universities along the Belt and Road countries. Here you can see we have not yet worked with African universities yet. We hope, like Tongji University, we can further collaborate with universities from Africa as well in the future. In these 2 to 3 years, we have had important international meetings, like in 2024 in Shanghai. We've held the 22nd Talent Exchange Sub-Conference, Low Carbon Sustainability Built Environment. In 2024-2025, in Guizhou, the ASEAN Forum. This year, in Guizhou, there will also be the ASEAN Forum around the topic of digitalization, heritage protection, and sustainable renewal. For presentation this morning, very impressive. We also want to invite the representatives from Tongji University to share at our forums. Last year, we also held the annual conference on international heritage protection. In May this year, we also co-organized the annual conference of Foreign Exchange Committee of Architecture Society of China. In terms of the international collaboration, we are deeply rooted locally but face the world. We pay great attention to sustainability, culture, society, and urban renewal, together with design discipline and seminars from international experts, as well as the ancient building survey, local construction, new engineering, and other practical works. In 2023, our Designing with Nature and Equality has won the award from UIA. Here it shows for bachelor and master's program, we have the joint international programs as well as different levels and semesters being involved here. Last year, we had about 20 delegations, like here are workshops going global. We sent over 200 people to exchange abroad, like with Nottingham University, University of Florence, China, France, Japan workshop with Kushi University, Osaka University, and here with Queensland University, as well as several Asian University Alliance at the Hanoi workshop with Thailand, the Chulalongkorn University Mirror of Water workshop, with Chiang Mai University Bamboo Construction workshop. On the right, the Hanoi University. In the beginning of the year in Uzbekistan, we also held this joint graduation design workshop. It is around the sustainable protection and continuous renewal. On the right, the investigation on the historical sites of the Great Wall in Mongolia.
工作坊就是每年有去日本和去法国的2次的旅行，然后我们也曾经主办过，是由郑颖老师等老师来负责的。然后这个呢是跟亚洲的几所学校，包括日本女子大学，然后香港大学，还有每年有像泰国的清迈大学，河内工业大学，之前也有过台湾的大学，然后每年举办的这个联合工作坊，曾经有一年是在日本。然后魏延武也出席了评图，然后今年是来访的工作坊其实是7个，这里面列了6个，然后包括古建筑测绘工作坊，还有寒地城市工作坊，可持续城市更新工作坊，等等。然后这个是几个古建筑，这是几个工作坊，左边是那个晋祠，邀请了6位法国的专家进行联合研究，然后中间呢是跟昆士兰大学的暑期学校，然后右边是邀请俄罗斯师生来玉县进行古建筑测绘，然后这几个也是就是左边的和右边的都是古建筑测绘，一个在晋祠，还有一个是在峨眉山，然后中间呢是朱拉隆功大学的同学在那个天津滨海的渔村开展的可持续乡村更新的一个工作坊。然后就是我们学院的张春燕书记也是在中法合作上面开展了很多工作，我们成立了中法建筑遗产和城市研究中心，然后去年成立了晋祠站，在这个成立的过程中也开展了一系列的学术论坛和参观以及一系列的学术讲座。然后在疫情之前，我们实际上跟国内的很多院校一起，包括同济大学一起，也开展了国际化的建造的课程，然后每年暑期有一个国际建造节。在2019年，我们跟挪威奥斯陆建筑与设计大学开展的夏木堂儿童教学餐厅，这个项目呢，也是一个比较有特色的项目。因为它首先呢是一个线上联合设计，然后在现场建造的期间呢，是挪威奥斯陆的师生一共有差不多20个人来到那个江西万安夏木堂，天津大学的师生也跟他们汇聚到这个地方，一共是在一个小村子里，大概有3。
And also, there are more than 30 or 40 students or teaching staff there, like 20 from overseas and 40 from Tianjin University, as well as those coming from Oslo, to really jointly build this small building. And eventually it gains international awards as well as the local resident recognition. You can see this is how construction process went on at that time. And in the middle you could see that's Professor Kristin coming from Norway. And the one wearing sunglasses, he's one of the TA, and as for the rest of them, they are all overseas students as well as our Chinese students. Ever since 2012, we got 3 majors all taught in English. Of course, they're all at postgrad level, and we try to constantly iterate that. In the first place, we invited foreign lecturers to do the instruction, but now it's undertaken by our Chinese teaching staff. But every year, we invited several, I would say, international speakers to be here. For Tongji University, you have more than 100 curriculum on English, but we are not on par with that. We're currently working on the undergrad student English course building. Hopefully, in the near future, we can bring that number all the way to 50 or 60. In the first place, we got a lot of students coming from Pakistan and Africa, and in recent years, it's about Cambodia in South America. And for postgrad students, we have international design curriculum. For example, we have all English theory curriculum, which is open for both Chinese and overseas students. And for a lot of the courses, they were led by foreign students. And by conducting all those classes, we can really promote the great exchanges between Chinese and foreign students. And everything, ever since 2008, for Chinese architects with international background or those coming from overseas, they could really do the curriculum design and teaching for our postgrad students. For legacy preservation as well as low carbon sustainable development, they are the two core themes. And you can see this is Zhuang Ziyu leading a team on the renewal of Beijing School Law. And you can see this is actually a couple graduating from ETH, spearheading the very low carbon renewal of one of our residential compound in Tianjin City. And this is Li Xingang working with Ding Yang. They focused on the tourist center there at Dula Temple there in Tianjin, and it's actually a time-honored institution or organization, and it's open both to the Chinese and foreign students, and therefore it's either bilingual or all English instruction. And in recent years, obviously we have seen more and more international students coming to us, and we have tailor-made our own workshops to them. And you can see this last year's work. The design for a library in the rural area of Shenzhen, we focus particularly on the biodiversity there in our design. And in 2023, we are having Professor Ali as well as Wena coming from Penn Uni to really draw our attention towards Western design philosophy and elements. And with AI, we can better interpret all those Western elements. Of course, we haven't just fully constructed a whole house. I would say it's more of an artistic design or artistic installation as a way to express their design philosophy. As for their 3D printed works, they have already been there in several museums. And since 2012, I worked with my mentor, Professor Nicholas Koller from Germany, and then I took over the course. That is to do the very construction and urban design. Basically, we have theory, discussion, and practice 3 in 1 in our course. And we have Fraxim, the development tool. And later we filed patent on that, as well as software ownership, authorship. And on top of that, I tutored one PhD student who was also a TA in my program, and eventually he managed to publish a paper in the top-notch journal. And that's another example for your reference. And then for international competitions, ever since 2012, we got the UIA HYP Cup International Student Competition. I think you're all very familiar with that. And every year, pleaser winners will be invited to serve as the jury members of the competition, and we're glad to have such a massive turnout for the jury. And I would say it's really influential among all those students in China. Every year, I would say we have a lot of students winning very great awards in the competition. From me myself, I had a student. They got a very prize in the international competitions. Basically, it's a solar energy project. And in 2009, we got a very successful project in Xiangtan. And then we would like to collaborate with Oslo University. However, due to pandemic, we had to suspend that. But we had rounds and rounds of discussions with the professors overseas virtually. And for this project, it requires interdisciplinary cooperation and it's pure practice oriented. And we most see the very engagements of Chinese students in addition to a few international students. It's actually a very typical example of practice-led education. A lot of students in this process has accumulated a lot of good hands-on experience. For the research results, they have already been published in top-notch journals around the world. And finally, for our outlook into the future, for Tianjin University's international education, one of the key priorities was led by Professor Li Xingang, focusing on cooperation on IEIA Tianjin U. And we had already got the very committee as well as the education center up and running, and we particularly focus on joint research as well as joint design on curriculum. For all those masterminds as well as professionals with international background, they are all on board with us. We focus on, for example, design methodology, preservation of legacy, as well as the combination and use of state-of-the-art technologies. I would say Tongji University's great experience is something we can definitely learn a lot from. When it comes to the going global process for the construction process, we work together with different counterparts to really enroll and cultivate overseas students. And I got a Colombian postgrad student recruited by a Beijing institution in our industry. And later, he was sent back to Pergoda to carry out several work on site. And then it's about international education programs. Of course, currently we already got the Sino French collaboration for undergrad and postgrad students. We have got a collaboration with different universities around the world and in different regions and countries. In the future, we would like to learn from Tongji University to roll out full English undergrad courses. Not long ago, Professor Wang Jun visited us at Tianjin University, and we learned a lot from him in terms of rebab recognition. Hopefully, in the future, we can have more collaboration, communication going on. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation. And now, if I may, I would like to give the floor to Professor Xue Jiawei from Huaqiao University. Now the floor is yours. I'm so glad to be here with you all. In the morning session, I got to know your education results via presentations, and later it's basically about international collaborative teaching practices. I would say it's a whole day's opportunity for me to learn from all of you. Taking the chance, I would like to brief you upon Huaqiao University situation. It's actually sitting in the southeastern corner of China, and a lot of overseas Chinese people live there. And as for our university, when it comes to the enrollment of overseas Chinese students, I would like to tell you under that circumstance how we rolled out our own joint teaching and education programs. And obviously, with this platform, I would like to focus on joint education programs. In recent years, in the left upper corner, we have carried out all kinds of collaboration at international level with different sister universities around the world, which lasted for more than 10 years. For our university, for every 2 years, we could choose a focus of our joint education. And also we got overseas Chinese villages and its connections with Southeast Asia as a whole. We could also focus on that. And also for Tsinghua, Zhejiang, Huaqiao, Southwestern University, as well as Huazhong Science Technology University, we have the very topic that is the very list of our research titles and research focus. And in recent years, we have NHN and also like Nanjing Industrial University, they have their own localized and cultural embedded titles or focuses for their research. And then for Hengqin, that's actually the area in the Greater Bay Area, and they have their own research focus that is to coordinate the relationship between the Macau SAR and mainland China.
And here, between the University, Huaqiao University and the Yantai University, we've also set up this platform, and that will be the background for next year. Also, within our university, the exploration among 3 majors to do this cross-major research. Also, with the Korea University, we've done that China-Korea research as well as in the traditional streets design project. So in line with our background, I just show you the background of disciplines, and today I want to go to how we chose proposals, the topic of proposals. We call that the 831 water to mountain, which means we have a lot of mountains in this region. Against this backdrop, a lot is around the coastal area. These are the topic selects of Quanzhou, Jimei, and Dongshan. Also, we have close relationship with Macau. We have some overseas students from Macau, so there are also topics selected from Macau in Greater Bay Area. These are around the mainland area. Okay, so that's the selection of the location, and there are 2 parts here. Like in Indonesia, it's mainly the heritage protection team, where they do projects like the temples restoration of Chinese. In Thailand, Malaysia, we also have joint research projects or those historic heritage protection topics or workshops. As for the joint teaching programs, we have these different steps. We started with the pre-research, and then before the site survey, students could already have some basic understanding of the culture and background there. And then they go for site survey based on their topics. For different universities, they team up across universities. Locally, after the survey, there will be a brainstorming. There will be a presentation. And then, based on different universities or colleges, they would do the conceptual design, midterm presentation. At the end of the semester, every month, students need to go to such a joint online presentation and reviews as well. We also have the monthly sharing. At the end of the semester, we would do the joint teaching either online or offline. Yeah, so very similar to what we had this morning. Yeah, here we have overseas Chinese hometown and overseas Chinese students. One is the site and the other is the people. We combine these two together, so there are two parts. For example, in recent years, in terms of the urban renewal, because different schools come with topics step by step, like during the noon, I also talked with our guests from Kenya. They are the building a road countries as the endpoint of the building a road in Africa. Quanzhou here is like a starting point, so here it's a connection with the ancient city. Xiamen, very close to Quanzhou, also the Gulangyu Island. In Xiamen, there are different intra-city clusters. They come with different backgrounds or their own issues. Like here, we also have the hometown for overseas Chinese, how to choose this hometown topic. Zhangzhou, compared with others, it's not that overseas Chinese hometown, it's more like a coastal city. But we also put Zhangzhou here because when these boats arrive at Zhangzhou, some boats sunken here. Many porcelain were saved in the sand, and once we explore, we can talk about the history behind, the heritage behind. There will also be a museum to show the trade from then. And then the number 6, Tangjiawan ancient town, also an overseas Chinese hometown. And we also have the graduate teaching workshop, which is a little different from the urban renewal. And for overseas Chinese students, there is also one student from Kenya, one from Philippines. These are the joint postgraduate program, so the number is not big. But later I will also show you their work. This is back in 2023. Was Quanzhou Urban Renewal. The topic is the Southern Institution. This is a very important temple in Quanzhou, close to Kaiyuan Temple. That is like the royals from Song Dynasty moved to Quanzhou, which drove the development in Quanzhou. And here is when the royals from Song Dynasty had an administration department here. It is also related with Belt and Road because this is a very important support for the foreign trade. This is Yangcheng, this is Zicheng. They also show the traditional Chinese culture. They were built in squares. And this Kaiyuan temple is closely related with cities, but it is not in the original urban plan. It is more related with water and mountains. But in the Luocheng and Yicheng, in the following years, it showed the characteristic of sea culture. It is no longer a square format, but shows a more flexible form, moving as the coastal line forms. Here is the Quanzhou. You can see these are the roots. Here I drew back from the research background. Maybe they are going to Africa as the final destinations as well. This was the largest port in the east before. Similar to Mombasa, we have diversified culture, also the World Religion Museum. Okay, so that is the Kaiyuan Temple, and this is the Southern Institution of Governance. Its heritage here. Here is the Kaiyuan Temple, very important dual towers. So the site is around here. In the Kaiyuan Temple, It's a Buddhism temple, but it also has certain characteristics from Hindu elements. There is also a mosque here. Yeah, so you can see this is the integration of diversified cultures. Here is the archaeological excavation. It was identified during it applied for the World Heritage. This is the Kaiyuan Temple, and then the southern institution of governance which governed the royal relatives. It showed in the old map and its site selection. On the right, you can see Kaiyuan temples here. The surrounding area of the southern institution, we put it into 5 different plots for students to choose from. From Tsinghua University, Zhejiang University, Huazhao University, and the Southwest Ethnic University, these are their research topics as well as our presentation on site. So this is from Tsinghua University students. He did a study of the ancient city. This is the Kaiyuan Temple. Although it is outside the main city, but it is very important for the positioning of city. They did research, and he find that for this ancient city, Kaiyuan Temple shows the characteristics of traditional Chinese culture. For sites within cities, these are also related with the site selection of Kaiyuan Temple. Here, within the site selection, they would demolish in different phases. These are the demolition plan, distribution plans. So to form the access, Kaiyuan Temple is at top. After dozens of years, it forms such an access, but it's more from the northern feature. And this is from the Southwest Ethnic University. Something similar, but it is also about the demolition to train access. In the past, no specific access for residential buildings, but later, step by step, such a chain access came out. And here for the white part here, it was the original alleys. These 2 access were the original alleys. So they came with such a cross-sectional design as well. These are related with the dual tower I showed you before. That's how they selected sites. This is from Huazhao University, something similar. They also came with such a hidden walking alley, walking path. They also explore local culture, that is the opera. They can form together a sharing stage where people can come to have role plays. And we also have overseas students as well, like one is from Philippines. He originally, his family originally was from the Minnan. They have the tradition of separate the residential building with the spirits or gods. It is good to some extent, but some other sites might decay after years. With such exploration, this student repetitively optimized these sites. to do the urban renaissance. This is from Zhejiang University, something similar because he saw this place as the immortal's office in the human world. Following this path, he also did some design, so the local culture can be further rejuvenated. This is another something related with the urban renewal. This is in front of the Kaiyuan Temple. It was the pink tower before. And this city node needs to be exaggerated. Previous projects were to the top, and this is to the laterals to have a parallel street and inner street. Here in factory site, in 1973, there was a street there to separate into the old town and the new town. Here was the factory site, like farmer stores, plants. This plan is to rejuvenate this place, to connect these two places. Here from Huazhou University, another choice is he found the beautiful scenery is the best from the roof here. This was the street back from 1973 to separate the old town into two parts. These were tube buildings from them. And now it is unable to change a lot, but they provide something different compared with residential buildings. So students can have walking here, and they further expand this access.
Another option in Gulangyu Island. I have to speed up, or I might just use too much time for my presentation. Obviously, the problem lies in Neicuao, the region, and you can see that's actually a place with indigenous culture. In the first place, indigenous residents lived there. Right after this replication of cultural heritage site, a lot of indigenous people will simply be replaced by commercial operations like different shops and business owners. And then we need to think about how to strike the right balance between the indigenous culture as well as commercial development that matters. And in the spring semester, we have like university in Shenyang, Suzhou, and Beijing carrying out all those research, and those are actually the research results of them summarized in the table. And in this Neicuao area, it's different from Wanbo Museum. That's actually a unique representation of Oriental culture or Mingnan culture. And we see the conflict between residents and travelers. And as for the boundary of Neicuao, obviously for coastal culture as well as Thousand Country Museum content, we need to think about how amid this very culture we can draw the line or boundary for the promotion of the unique indigenous culture in Neicuao. And this is another case for your reference. You need to think about how to come through and figure out the right relationship between the very entrance point for visitors as well as its inner side. And also for this part, for plant garden, animal garden, as well as the very plum flower diary or journal here. That's actually a traditional Chinese classic there, leading people and attracting people to pay a visit in Neicuao. And now I would just like to focus on the very Songkla Asian city in Thailand. Let's see how the sustainable development of that can be achieved. For Songkla, it has 1,000 years of history in Thailand and it's bordering Malaysia. we have like overseas Chinese people, Thai people, as well as Muslim residents all living together there. And for overseas Chinese people, they have been dominating the very area for 129 years. Or they're simply managers of the region. And under that circumstance, we have a lot of culture related to Mingnan, that is southern Fujian province culture. And we have like family Wu's people from Zhangzhou to relocate to that region. And you could tell that how the demographic distribution is there in different residential compounds. And you can see there are 3 sites. The old train station, the Chinese people pedestrians street, as well as Muslim museum. And you can see this is actually the very Muslim community research carried out by a student coming from Tsinghua University. It's more about how cross-cultural communication can be made possible to bring together different communities, as well as the connection between the very community and the religion at local level. And obviously these are actually the design for different places. And this is another option made by our student, which is also related to local religion, and they focus on Hui ethnicity people and how they can really live harmoniously with upcoming travelers here. And this is actually a bazaar there, and that's actually the place for weekend fair or weekend markets to take place. And for Zhejiang University student, he thinks about how the old train station can be renewed together with the regeneration of the city, so that people might would like to pay a visit to the old attraction. And now you can see this is this port culture and also the maritime Navy club. They're all located here, and also they got their religious belief formed here, and also coupled with different local cuisines, they try to do the renewal of the entire region. And also we have extensive exchange of students as well as cultural communication with Macau SAR, and the focus of this research is on Lychee Ball area, and it's actually a dockyard, and it's also a manifestation of the marine culture. It used to locate it in coastal region, but with the time passing by, we need to think about how the local community or the shabby area can be renovated and improved, and to really restore the old community-related memories. And we have the engagement of the students coming from Tsinghua University and Alman Polytech University and Takeda University. In the first place, it simply faces this open sea area, and later we need to think about how the marine ecosystem can be cultivated. For example, they would like to raise the concept of ecological museum by cultivating or restoring the mangrove there. And with the approach of typology and also the marine landularization, they try to focus on all those areas in their research, and you can see these are their proposals. One more thing which is also related to marine culture, which is about the bird culture. You should know that for the bird here shown in the slide, they'll really have to reside in mangrove region so that they will be able to prosper and live there, and the entire dock has become the place for them to gather together with their peers. And one more thing, this is actually another topic in our summer camp, and it's basically about the title analysis and manifestation presentation of the ocean culture accordingly. One more thing, this is from Polytech Macau University. Maybe they would like to link their research with casino culture, and that's actually a new type of typical culture rooted in Macau SAR. Obviously, Tsinghua University students, they focus on the very shanty house there, and they just do one more design based upon cultural preservation as well as renewal of the architecture. For cultural preservation and architectural renewal, we try to do the very restoration of the local temples in Malaysia. And I feel like in that way, we'll be able to lay a solid foundation to collaborate with overseas Chinese people. Against this backdrop, we know that marine culture has become the link or bond among all of us. For traditional maritime Silk Road culture, as well as the new link of the BRI, we need to think about how to really promote that in the long run based on our legacy inheritance. And obviously, we have differences, but trying to get ourselves on the same page. We respect different voices, but try to communicate with each other as free as we can. But anyway, we feel like renewal as well as development in the city has always become the very pivotal point of everything we do. Thank you so much. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Wu Guanyu coming from SAUAT. Now the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me today. Now, I would like to brief you upon the internationalization features and initiatives of our organization, that is XAUAT. In the interest of time, I majorly focus on Central Asia and Northern Asia related work in the past few years. You should know Xi'an City is the starting point of the Asian Silk Road. According to the BRI proposed by President Xi Jinping, Xi'an has become another important hub in the BRI initiative. Against this backdrop, we want to stay closer to the national initiatives, and due to our very strategic geographic location, on 19th of May 2023, we got the very China Central Asia Summit, which once again shows that we do need to take timely actions right now to make sure that we can really align ourselves with the development and strategies of the nation. And with the efforts we have spared previously in October 2023, we have already built our alliance for the very countries and regions along the route. We have 4 or 5 universities joining us in the first place, and as for overseas countries, altogether we got 22 countries, and including 32 universities and colleges, and that's actually a starting point for us to carry out communication with Central Asian countries. And also, thanks to the very Shanxi Provincial Science Technology Bureau, we have put in place the very Belt and Rail Joint Research Lab. And academician Liu Jiaping spearheaded the initiative in this regard, and we try to bring together not just Shanxi's local resources, but also the enterprises and research institutions from Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and other Central Asian countries. With the establishment of the joint labs as well as alliance for our college, we joined hands with altogether 11 architecture institutions as well as organizations to really reach consensus in the Silk Road Architecture Cooperation Forum. And every year we have such activities up and running. And once again, it shows that For us communicating with Central Asian countries as well as universities there, that's the right thing we must do. And with that in mind, now I would like to touch upon 4 points to share with you what we have really done and what we have achieved so far. First of all, it's about exchange and visits. We have the very joint workshop mechanism in place. It's different from a short 2-week workshops as we used to have. It's based upon the 4-year curriculum design for our undergrad students. Therefore, it's gonna be lasting for 4 months. And then based upon the very international lab under the BRI as well as our alliance, we have all kinds of curriculum tailor-made for civil servants. There are 3 cases for reference. First of all, by working with Kyrgyzstan's local university, we got this very workshop going on, and it was taking place in Sulaiman Mountain of Osh, Kyrgyzstan. And for the focus of our research, basically, it's about the local heritage conservation as well as urban renewal.
We brought students there to do the surveying there. It's a 4-month design project, so the final outcome connects with the final terms KPI. So we ask students to devote in-depth and for a long term. We need not just the offline discussion, but also frequent online discussion and student-to-student exchanges. During the process, we also have those surveying of old building. Also, in the Sulaiman Mountain, we chose 2 special places for us. One is the Balashanga archaeological site, and the other is the Wugans archaeological site. We did bring students from Uzbekistan. Our final report is pragmatic as well, and we've submitted this report to the Ministry of Education there. So this is the in-depth discussion or research between us. And the next example is with the MGSU. We also hold such an international joint workshop. We chose this project because we want to pay attention to the extreme climate and fast construction. Also, under the support of the National Key Green Lab, we explore the extreme climate. We go for the Lake Baikal in Irkutsk of Russia. Students from both China and Russia explored and saw this construction under extreme weather. When students went there, they had a deep impression, very different from what they saw online. We were there in March. It was very cold there. And during the design, students would pay attention to the passive measures, including during the construction, how do they respond to the climate. For our overall process, we have 5 seminars. After the China-Russia discussion, we believe these are helpful for solving the pain points for students. From the topic site selection to prefabricated building, column redesign, natural ventilation, structure and joints, there were 5 lectures. So later, during the design, many ideas could be put into practice in their projects. In 2026, we had another joint workshop with the Polytechnic University of St. Petersburg. This time, we asked them to come to us. We hope they can pay attention to like industrial city renewal, lightweight construction. During the process, I want to show you the way we carried out the workshop. From the overall design, we had 3 major steps. The first step, 4 weeks. we did a in-stage analysis, which is like the case sharing or topic selection, which we work with the famous Russian structural engineer Shukov, so students could understand the importance of lightweight construction and rapid prefabrication. We asked students to go to factory to use these tools to restore at certain scale. During this process, we and the Russian students work with each other. We also show them the result of our work and show to the site. Here on the left, you can see this is the poster. We call that to take the heavy as light. Afterwards, we find students not just enhance their professional understanding, but also they are more enthusiastic and passionate in this project. So in the future, they've shown great passion and they recognize very well with our courses. And then we go to the main stage of design, 10 weeks. Because students are not together, so we discuss online through wall software. During these 10 weeks, faculty guide students, but we have periodic sharing and seminars. During this process, we pay attention to the topic we chose. The last stage, 2 weeks. That is also in line with our overall design scheme. Last 2 weeks are oral defense. This joint research group is for 2026, and we will have the oral defense on July the 8th in our academy. So we hope through such exchanges and procedure sharing, internal discussion, we can set up the final outcome from the joint research. In terms of the international students we have, we are also further expand the group and countries we work with. Right now, we have 44 overseas undergraduate students, 24 graduate students. As for the teaching, going global, we've also had our special courses together with the characteristics locally, like we work with the Samarkand State University in Uzbekistan to carry out this conservation and renewal of historical cities and introduction to urban and rural morphology. These 2 courses have been carried out in our university for a very long time. We also think these courses are very much in line with their heritage there. So that's why we have these 2 courses. Based on that, we go teaching going global for the next step. We started with courses, and then we came to the overall teaching abroad. Here, we have signed MOU with Osh Technological University in Uzbekistan, announcing the establishment of our International School of Architecture. This is the first overseas campus program of the Silk Road International Alliance of Architectural Universities. 2 years in Kyrgyzstan and 3 years in China. Such a international school has attracted attention. We hope in the future we can take advantage of this international program to further recruit students. Our format is 2+3. In 2025, we started preparations, negotiations, and promotion. At the same time, on March 24th, we went locally to do the signing and offline recruitment. Right now, on April 15th, we've already recruited first batch of students, 13 for architecture. When we were there, about 100 students came. They were very interested. So we think there is still huge potential in the future. On June the 3rd, we've already formulated our training program. From this, we fully understood how can we do such a joint teaching with the Central Asia, especially the degree mutual recognition. These will be helpful for our future collaboration with Central Asia. During the process, for our green architecture built on a road lab, we've also done the program design. It's also very interesting because we depend on the SGTC competition from 3.0 to 4.0. And this lab is based on the updated version of 4.0. We hope from international competition to lab construction, we can follow and continue our work. At the same time, we've also published 3 academic papers. 2 have been selected into the final result of the China Central Asia Summit. This also recognizes our collaboration with Central Asia. And these 2 reports have been submitted to the Ministry of Education of Kyrgyzstan. Our strategy has been clear. That is, we would pay attention to the Belt and Road countries and further expanding the horizon by developed countries. And we would strengthen our characteristics, expand our experiences in cultural heritage and heritage protection. Like we have such a key national lab, we have the heritage protection studies, etc. At the same time, we would also adjust our teams from the previous teaching teams to 8 groups. So these 8 groups, they have their special focuses and directions. And they can again promote our collaboration and further enrich our topics selection, as well as the industry, academia, research collaboration. We also have platforms to help us to give back to the teaching. For these platforms, they are under the support of the National Key Lab. We hope in the future we can continue to achieve good results. For internationalization, we have such a 3x4 exchange network. We have 10 international practitioners to be responsible for international collaboration, so we can achieve such a connectivity. Right now, we've already had the Silk Road and EU-US exchanges. These are international exchange programs from 2023. We depend on the projects from the China Scholarship Council programs. Well, we believe that we are exploring the integration of bachelor with masters. We hope to have more 4+N programs so that we can be more in line with the foreign teaching model. So once their students coming to us or vice versa, we can have a mutual recognition. 4+3 or bachelor, master, PhD, we are also exploring. Thank you. Thank you very much, Wu. Last but not least, let's invite Liu Kan, our Vice Dean from the College of Architecture and Urban Planning. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Wu, for the invitation. Today, I've learned a lot from Pakistan and Kenya, Mombasa. Thank you so much for sharing with me today. I know it's already very late. We go much beyond the schedule. So I would be quicker and I will turn into English so to share with you quickly. Today, I want to share with you some new trends here. So it is also based on my teaching experiences as well as on the Tongji framework, our experiences. I know you've already known Tongji very well, so I would share with you my latest thoughts from my teaching and experiences. I'm glad to share with our colleagues and the students here, I would turn to English so to be quicker.
Sharing today is focusing on a especially topic that how Tongji education in architectural thinking for the new situation, what we could do and how we can do for the international architecture education. I think my point of today's sharing is we are in a global situation. So the most important for international collaborative in architecture teaching is to put the knowledge into the right place. It's no matter who is going first, who is going second, but the knowledge as a kind of most important value, we have to understand in the situation from the difference between city to city and to put the right knowledge can be transferred from this global sharing of our education experience. So my topic is city as a system. So city for Shanghai, we were thinking Shanghai is a laboratory. So we can invite all different scholars to Shanghai to share the knowledge, but also based on this kind of network, also Shanghai maybe can teaching something from its own experiencing to help the other city. So our international education based on collaborative by different kind of experts and also students. So learning from each other, not just the teacher to learn to give a lesson for students, but also students sometimes teaching us to find the question and where we can go and how we can do. Yeah. Okay, so I use just one example to show what I do and how we organize. So I use pedagogy, research thinking, then design, organization, and also the rethinking to explain city as a city as a system and learning from cities. This is a general of the pedagogy schedule from Tongji University. But in different year, bachelor and master, we have some module of the courses. We can invite international scholar and also we can put as the international courses. So I marked into the right color means in some modular we can do the international collaborative teaching. And this is sorry in Chinese, but generally we discuss about in three different solutions. One is a space. The second is based on the time, and the third is a place. So when we mix up these three topics together, we will find one based on the observation. So we have to observation to feeling. The second is to experience, and the third is to know how the function play into the three different topic and to find a different solution. So this is I using a diagram to show how we look at the space, how we can using the temporal idea to make the time between the space, and how the experience and observation from the urban study we can find the knowledge to get the solution. And we use a structure to put people in the middle, and it cross with the space and time and place and architecture. So for students from different city and different context, the important is to understand the situation and to using her and his knowledge to give a best solution. So this means the knowledge could be shifted from different classroom, but also to find the best place. So the knowledge value is we are teaching students and help them to use their ability to find where could be the best place to make it working. So this is like my study, my class. The first day, I show one case asking students to understand in 15 minutes community circle of Shanghai. But our teaching is to put all the students from different contexts to go to the city, to jogging and to experiencing and to look at the city. So we are not asking for any professional of the skill, but we are asking students just to be a normal citizen, to using the city and space to find what you can see and what you can feedback. It's very different because some people from Europe and some people from Latin American, they give us a very different feedback. This is different from our class and our students who are telling us. So our professor and teacher using this kind of interface to share the knowledge and to find a different way. And this is a way we always ask students how to collect information. So we don't ask them a perfect drawing, but every time like the document, they have to make a lot of document. So every document will be something like this hanging on the wall. From half of the year, a lot of pages will be on the wall. And we don't ask them to delete any misunderstanding, but we ask them to accumulate the knowledge. And when several weeks after, they will find, okay, something is meaningful. So based on this kind of pages, we can say, okay, let's discuss and let's make a review what we can understand. Also, this is a way, so students is not to get a perfect answer, but the students in the first weeks is to asking them to know how to find the problem. And this is also a systematic way ask each student from different country and different city using a different color to show what we were thinking. So like I gave comments, I using the color of red, and then I can find the different colors to know my friends and my also teaching colleagues and some students who make comments on this kind of drawing. So this is to find a way to share different comment on the drawings. And this is in 16 weeks. The 16 weeks, we try to shift from research and design. So each 4 week is a round. So first 2 weeks is research and last 2 weeks is design. So totally 16 weeks, we have 4 different topics, but each topic we have a first part of research and second part of the design. So if we look at the whole of this part, it's just a research. But if we go to another side, it's for the students, it's to practice. So the pragmatic meaning for the students is not just to understand how to do, but also how to find the problem. This is, I think, in this international background is very much important because sometimes for the European students, they thought this is nothing. But for us, we thought this is some stage we cannot missing. So I think every student have their own ability and talents, but we cannot compare students. So we want students to find their solution. Some of the topic in the following 6 years we did, everything is based on the problem of Shanghai, from urban regeneration, from 15 minutes Shanghai, and also nowadays we talk about the infrastructure transformation, and also this year we start to talk about spatial refiguration. So every of these kind of keywords is connected with the city of Shanghai, have to facing, and it's some importance. And so this is for many years ago when Shanghai did the expo site. So we were talking about how to renew and how to continue for the site from the expo. And this is during the COVID. We are in university to talking about when every community getting locked down, but the 15 minutes will taking place very much key figure how to support the family and the neighborhoods so students at home start to work. And this is when we have class, we do the way. And also for some urban elements and architectural elements. This is one of the example. I have to say more than 10 years ago, we talk about the garbage house near every community, how to make the element of the quality of the space getting better. And after 2 years, Shanghai start to have a very restricted control from the recycle of the garbage in neighborhoods. Also, we made the color to suggest the city how to separate different garbage into this kind of space. And when we go to the second half of the design part, in several or 4 different areas, we were asking students not to give the answer directly, but asking students how your question-driven practice can be understood by the other people who can discuss with you. So I show one of the example from one student in 4 different modular, how she make a case study of Shanghai. And based on the case study, she visits the city and records the city and to find the concrete idea from the city observation and urban thinking. And then she go back to the site to give the result of the design and also the developed drawing and also go for the construction drawing for one architecture building. So this is one student's case in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and also phase 4. The general idea for this kind of training and also practicing in teaching, I try to introduce to students. I want to combine 4 different things. One is experiencing the city. So when you experience the city, you can get your own idea. And the second is you need to help the students to categorizing the similar cases who can support her and make it reference. So for that reason, also combined with data computational design and also the research process, help her to be more involved to find the right answer who can be practiced. So the physical environment, but also combined with our mental and also social issue together to mix up together. So observing the city, experiencing the city, and also to try to make you, even you are not have any contact, but to go inside. This is very much important in nowadays in Shanghai, our international collaborative teaching experience. So this is when students involved, they will give you more and more questions. So we ask them to regenerate the question and to go for some majority of the topic and then to try to find the answer. This is in many years ago. Our students, we publish, not to publish a book, but it's a document, it's wholly involved in the expo site Shanghai. And this is a kind of document when we using all our international students to go to the community, and each student try to find one project from the community. So the document it's very slim, but each document is a real project who could be practiced in Shanghai. And actually, some of the project already been built after this kind of design practical class. This is also based on some international, this is students with us in Florence, Italy, but connected with the exhibition. So when Italian government want to exhibit, they find our students already discuss something and could be familiar compared to Shanghai and also the city from Italy. And this is also a case for the 15 minutes community circle. So in this moment, we want the international students' idea, not something like the cloud on the sky, but for teacher, we try to build up the ladder to connect this kind of thought and idea. So we invite people from neighborhoods to comment on this project idea and to ask them to check what could be good and how could be make it working. So this is also the document when students to exhibit to the people from the neighborhoods. And also from the Shanghai SUSAS, this is as one of the project topic and to give in one of the year. And the students join the competition, different exhibition, even 4 years ago, the latest Biennale in Venice, also our students' ideas go to involve. I will not explain all, but I want to, in my last sliders, I want to show that the outcome is based on the students' work, and we do exhibition for the city. And our aim for to share this kind of result is to let the city know how, from the education class, can help the city and help all the people to help us to bring the knowledge together. So this is in 2022, our exhibition for the city of Shanghai. And also 2023, we have another exhibition in the city of Shanghai. And the last of the topic, I want to explain just one last topic. is from this year, we start to a new topic. This is renew the structure from the clean energy department. So this picture is from the wind blade. The wind blade happened in many of the developed country and also provided by Chinese production. But this kind of wind blade, each of this kind of blade is over 150 meters. It's a huge structure, but after 20 years, they will be wasted. So our idea, because China produced all this kind of structure for the clean energy, but in developed and developing city and area, so a lot of this material will be wasted. So we invite students and global students to discuss different city from their country and their city, their neighborhoods, and to ask them how to bring the structure feedback to using in the small structure design. So this is a kind of video, but we do not have the actually have a back of this kind of introduction from what we do. Okay, so I will not show all this kind of. So this is through. We have more than 10 university and all the students from different area, and the students gave a very different proposal. So as for a teacher, I don't think we should teach students into one right direction, because for international collaboration, the important is to give students a kind of confidence that your knowledge based on to find the right place and to help the people and to make the space working. And so in this moment, our Tongji, from our teaching experience, I think this kind of like today, the discussion is very much important, because we cannot see Tongji just have one characteristic, but I think Tongji in this moment, we are becoming more diverse, can be maintain different ideology, to maintain different people from different background. But this is also give a very strong challenge for our teaching system, because our teaching has to give each student their identity and to help the students to bring their knowledge back to the city which they are loving. And then I'm very much sure only for this kind of reason, our students will be proud to be architects, and also our teacher will be proud their knowledge can be sharing. Okay, thank you very much. So my conclusion from some of my syllabus for the education, but I will be happy if you need, I can share. And as a conclusion from this, I'm very much sure city have its own value. So the city as a system is a very much important way do the teaching to ask the students how to study the city. So for the Tongji, if we can invite more students like this morning, we want to invite your students to experiencing our city, to find the problem, and to helping us together to know how we can work together to make Shanghai lovely. And also this experience can help the students when they go back to do alternative, but a different, even more lovely idea for the city construction. Thanks for all your listening. Thank you.
谢谢，非常感谢刘老。
Thank you very much, Liu, for the sharing. I know it's lagging behind, but still taking this opportunity, I would like to do a panel discussion. So I want to invite all offline keynote speakers, as well as Ubatu professor from TUM, as well as vice professor from the College of Architecture and Urban Planning, Professor Qu Zhang, Professor Guo Hua. And now I will give floor to Professor Kalanda to be the moderator for this panel. Welcome.
maybe, no? Yeah, is this working? Okay. Maybe we can start. I know we are lagging behind in time. We'll try to make it a bit fast. We are all tired, I can see. Myself, I'm also tired. But I think it's important to have this panel discussion. Let me give you my experience first. When I was at TUM and I was teaching, I was called by my previous boss here, Mwatu. There was this MOU that was signed by TUM and Tongji, and he told me, this is a piece of paper calendar. Can you make it work? How are we going to do, how are we going to work with Tongji? I had no idea. To be honest. So we sat down, we discussed, and at that time, remember it was 2020, COVID had just struck. I remember the first studio we did, we were all in lockdown, we were doing it at home, students were doing it at home. So it was really, really challenging. We started from far, and you can see today's presentation in the morning. It went very well with the AI. There have been a bit of challenges and opportunities, and we have taken those challenges and opportunities. Maybe my question would be to all of us, if I give you 2 minutes each. Let's say in the morning today, we heard about, in the afternoon, we heard about culture, technology, innovation, collaborative teaching, and architecture pedagogy, international pedagogy. We had the last speaker, Professor Lu, very, very interesting. Maybe I should become one of your students to learn more about Shanghai. Maybe for this panel, I just want to give you maybe 2 minutes each to tell us what are the advantages of international teaching, collaborative teaching, for the lecturers as well as for the students. Number one. Number two would be, what are the challenges that we've experienced? Financial, it could be time of the semesters, different timings. It could be language, because you've done also in Uzbekistan and they speak Uzbek. And 2024, we were coming here for a review. I asked him.
Many of us can know that sometimes this kind of translation and interpretation from two different languages, we have mixing the different contexts together. So architecture and the city as a kind of language itself already makes the different culture of the language together. But the most important is between this kind of mix of translation from language and also from the morphology of the thinking. Sometimes we can make understanding, but sometimes out of the misunderstanding is some new idea could be created. If we are afraid to translate my Chinese word into English, so okay, I will not speak any other language. I will lose the only opportunity how to enlarge the meaning from my interpretation of my idea. So this kind of international collaborative in my class and in my experiencing, maybe we got a lot of mistakes, but we have to admit it. The mistake is based on the process we can find out. But some of the most important, like today, the innovation, the creative idea is coming from the mistakes which we find a new value to enlarge the meaning. So for me, I think this is for the language of the translation, and for many different students, even professors, we sit together and we start to talk. Usually we mix many different language. But when we say, okay, I understand your idea and she can agree with us, maybe there are some new thinking from this kind of discussion. So based on this kind of challenge and also the opportunities, I have to say, sit down, talk, sharing, experiencing. When you find your value, that will be the meaningful from the class. But if we all back, like we lock down and other, we can do nothing. So this is my explanation. I'm not sure if this is the right answer. Thank you.
You've done well, by the way, and your English is excellent. Thank you very much. I know you showed us a lot of work of your students. Tell us what are the advantages, opportunities, and challenges that you met.
I think the opportunity is the renewal of the city. And to me, my student is interested in the culture of each city or each country. And I think AI is another interest of them. That I think, but challenge I think is the low carbon or other something topics about city or each culture. I think maybe the AI is also the challenge, but also another chance for each other, I think.
AI is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity for the future because we cannot run away from AI. We have to embrace it. I want, on the different point of view, my former chairman here, my former boss, maybe can tell us what challenges we went when you were doing this MOU with Tongji.
Thank you very much. As I look forward, as I answer the question, during the presentations this morning and also in the afternoon, one of the things that we are getting is that the practice, the teaching of architecture is global. When I look through the presentations, I see similar approaches, maybe of course different contexts. Different contexts, but the teaching, the practice is technically global. For us at the Technical University of Mombasa and of course Kenya and Africa in general, I suppose one of the challenges we may face is our cities are largely informal. There's a lot of informality in our cities, whether you want to look at the urban planning, the urban management, the urban governance, the urban mobility issues, very informal. And of course, maybe this largely due to what we may call institutional fragmentation. Possibly a number of our institutions don't quite work as well as they should work, and issues to deal with governance of our cities. And that appears to also permeate within our institutions of higher learning, in our universities in Kenya and maybe Africa in general, or maybe the law and developing nations. So, of course, there was the challenge of whether or not we can match up, whether or not our teaching methods, whether or not to be able to give the proper coordination and the proper guidance to this new, because this to us and to me then, being the chair of the department, was a new area, collaborating with Tonchi University. But be it as may be, I suppose we were up to the task and we challenged ourselves as faculty and as staff that we can do it and we can manage it. And I think so far we are managing. We will be able, we can do better. And now with AI, in the morning, there was, not this afternoon, there was this question as to whether AI will replace architects. Possibly maybe the question is not whether, maybe is when. But again, there is a social aspect and the contextual aspect of architecture, which is technically human. And when we have these cross-cultural exchanges, we're learning from each other's context. And I think that would not be AI. That would be very natural. That would be the human being, the human person to contribute towards the development of architecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mwatu. Professor Young, this morning, this afternoon, you say that you have no collaboration yet with African universities. And you talked about design build workshop. We heard Mwatu saying that architecture is global, teaching and practice is global. Tell us, what are the challenges of connecting with African universities? TUM, we are here, University of Nairobi is there. We are ready to collaborate with you. But what are the challenges that we've been meeting to work with African universities?
I think we are willing to develop a partnership with African universities. We had African students at our school, and I think the challenge is we didn't know many. We didn't have the contact person from African universities, and today I meet you. So it's the starting point for us to develop such a partnership, and we could also, how to say, have more connection through your introduction and the introduction of maybe Professor Wu Jiang. And I think the opportunities or the benefits from international collaborative teaching is, how to say, there are many benefits which I think the most important is to understand the culture and cultural context from different countries. And we could also learn from each other about the new different ideas and different experiences. And for example, last year we had workshops with more than 20 other universities. And with Chiang Mai University, we learned from the bamboo construction experience. With RMIT University, we had done digital design and fabrication. And with some other universities, we did the ancient building survey. And I think we could always learn from each other in different aspects. And the challenges, I think the most important challenge is the time and energy and resource needed for international collaborative teaching. And for the opportunities, I think AI is the mostly talked about opportunity or the future development. And I would like to say interdisciplinary cooperation is also very important, such as the cooperation with the energy field, the mechanical engineering field, and so on. Maybe in the future we could have some international cooperation, not only between architecture schools, but also between different disciplines. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful, wonderful answer. Professor Wu, you talked about internationalization features and initiatives of the architecture program at XAUAT. And you talked about doing programs in Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Russia. One of the challenges, I know it is cold, snow. I studied in Canada. It is a cold country, and Russia is even colder. So what are the challenges you made? Because I think Uzbekistan, they speak Uzbek. I'm not so sure whether they speak English or Chinese. What were the challenges that you had when you were doing this program?
Thank you. In terms of the challenging in our collaboration, I will take an example about the real example when we're facing in this year. We are citing the Overseas Architecture College in Kyrgyzstan. And then we found out that at the first time, we gave them a teaching program which founded by our university, because in China, university have the right to decide the teaching program, and we decided the teaching points and teaching hours. So it's kind of like a systems. This systems is belong to our university, but when we offering this teaching program to that country, and then they refused all of the system. They said they are not. It's not because of they're not satisfied with the system. They said they have no right to decide whether this system work or not, because the right was belong to the teaching government in their country. And their country have a very strict principles or rules telling us what kind of the structure of the teaching hours, the structure of the teaching points and the credits. So then we have to find out the way to matching the different credits, matching different teaching hours, and even the proposal of the credits and the proposal of the teaching in class or practicing in their freedom. So it's very complicated to match everything. So what I want to see is when we're talking about the challenge, the first thing is we need a standard, or we need a way how to match different teaching programs, because we are talking about teaching. For teaching, we have to relate it to students. For students, we have to relate it to the university and their organizations. So if we cannot matching the different organizations, so it's very difficult for our collaborations. Yes, and this is the real challenge for us.
So what was the language of instruction?
Yeah, the language we normally when we discussion in English. Yes, it have to be in English.
Yeah. Sorry, I did not get your name, Professor, but maybe...
Chu, Professor Chu from Tongji University.
Chu, okay. So you didn't give a presentation, did you?
Yeah, I'm just
okay, so tell us about challenges. And tell us first about yourself, because we want to know about you and the challenges and opportunities.
Yeah, I'm very glad to be here to attend the forum and also the roundtable session. I'm Chu Zhang from Tongji University. Now I'm the executive director of the International Education Center at College of Architecture and Urban Planning. So, yeah, the Peter Guohua Fu, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, from McGill.
Yeah.
Thank you. First, I'm very glad to see today. The chairman Uma is one of the speakers, and because this year Uma and me, we are both the juror of the Arc Asia student competition. So each year when we select the excellent students' work to participate in the Arc Asia student competition, we see the diverse and very talented works there. So that's, I think, what the amazing things is different students from different countries. They have their own philosophies and about the same issue, the same topic of the architecture. So that's why I think the international cooperation teaching is very, very important. And now for me, because our center is in charge of the teaching and the management of all the international students, as Professor Philip Yuan just said, this semester, in this fall semester, we will have the largest number of international students in history. Over 200 international students will come to Tongji University. So for me, the most challenging thing is how can we provide a high quality and international curriculums and classes for all these students. So last year we invite different professors from different universities and also well-known architecture firms as a visiting professor. So last year the 3 design studios in international class, one is from Snøhetta and another from the Morphosis and also UN Studio. So that's what we can provide. And also I'm thinking about how to take advantages of all the international students, because they have different background and different cultures. So maybe in the future, I'm also thinking about, even though they are international students, but we also will have a joint studio with some international universities. I think that's very important to communicate with. At last, I would like to say, because these 3 years I'm in charge of, as an instructor, I'm in charge of the design course. It's called the Tongji Sangoban Design Competition Course. It's sponsored by a French international corporation. Saint-Gobain is a glass and plaster manufacturing company, one of the world's largest one. So I think when we talk about the joint studio is not only about 2 universities, but also about universities and international corporations, because they can provide the advanced technology and their ideas and their global leadership to the students. I think that's also very important thing. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Professor Kariuki, Kenya was colonized by the British, and the British inherited the British system of education. How is that a challenge, and how can you use it as an opportunity to increase our international collaboration with Chinese universities and other universities in the world?
Yeah, thank you. I think, first of all, as my colleague here said, architecture is international, so that at the end of the day, when you presented your works here, we could see basically the same thing we do, maybe, as you said, different context, different maybe approach, but at the end of the day, we see architecture as one, whether it is here in China, whether it is here in the UK, Italy, and Denmark. Maybe the issues here could be mostly in the way we transition from education into practice through the British system, in which we go through like a RIBA kind of a system, or where you go through the education, then you go through professional training, and then we also look at the other differences. I don't know whether we have that in China and other places, where you have other professionals like quantity surveyors, for example. So in the training of architecture, we concentrate on design, but don't deal with some of the aspects of construction that are dealt with other professions along the way. But ultimately, the architect is an architect. We have benefited from British. I believe also Shanghai has a history of British influence. There's a lot of British colonial architecture at the Ban, around the Ban. So I think we all have been influenced by not all of us, but most of us been influenced by the British. But in addition to that, maybe on another note, in addition, as we wind up, as a new chair of department, having taken over from my seniors here who started these programs, I'm actually really inspired by what I've had today. It's a challenge, of course, because then I need to continue with what my colleagues have done. I've seen how you are able to accommodate international students, how you are able to transform your schoolwork or classwork into actual projects. We heard about the talk from one of the presenters about the relationship between the education and the profession, so that when we're developing new curricula, for example, we'll be updating our curricula, and I can see the challenges or the issues and the benefits that we're going to get as we develop our curricula, so that we can incorporate the aspects of practical training, the aspect of new technologies, as we learn from, as we have learned from this forum. So it's a great opportunity. I'm very grateful, and it's a great learning opportunity. We are starting a new collaboration with Tonji, and we hope to bring on board some of the issues that were raised through this forum to enable a better collaboration, more fruitful collaboration, so that there is a benefit on both sides. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I end this session, I'll give you my own experience. I was trained in Nairobi, University of Nairobi, but my master's was in Germany and my PhD was in Canada, McGill University, and I got employment very, very fast. We have a collaboration with Politecnico di Torino, and all our students who have attended the 5 months course in Torino have found jobs. So the idea of having this international collaborative teaching and studying for the student, it helps our students to get employment. Most of them, all of them have got employment. Some who have not gone for this course, maybe they're struggling, but all those who have this training, international training in their CV, they've got jobs, they're working there. So it has a lot of advantages. And with that, I think I should end here. We are all tired. Thank you very much. Maybe I think the last speaker is Professor Wu. Do you need to wind up and tell us about our experience? Thank you very much, the panel. Thank you very much.
Last but not least, please allow me to conclude in Chinese because still most of the attendees here are still from China.
Interpretation.
Okay, so today we have a very rich day. We started with presentation from students, and in the afternoon we have very diversified but still highly compressed forum. For me, on the one hand, I think we are all devoted, but we are all tired because of the tight schedule, but we are all greatly inspired. As the closing remarks here, I think after this whole day, we got three important inspirations. The first is, we are all talking about architecture education challenges we are faced with. This morning, we also mentioned the biggest challenge is the AI era. This afternoon, many mentioned that apart from AI, there are other challenges as well, which are long-term and fundamental challenges, like the sustainable development goals of human beings. As we in architecture, our work is highly associated with cities. All of these, more or less, have been changing the Earth's environment to a certain extent. Whether human activities are beneficial or negative to such Earth's development, whether our human behaviors are good or bad, reviewing our thousands years of history of buildings, whether we bring only progress to the Earth or if there is anything we should reflect on, especially considering the fast development in the world in China. For the environment, for its sustainable development, it poses bigger challenges. So when it comes to dancing with AI, this afternoon we've heard important supplements. This afternoon, you've also mentioned social challenges as well. Like architects here, when we construct a building, then for our society, what is the impact? Does it add the inequality, unfairness, injustice, or does the society become better because of our work? This is another important challenge. Well, today we are faced with so many challenges. I enjoy a lot the presentation from Uma Said. Yeah, Uma Said is the leader under the Aquisha, the chairman of Architecture Education Committee. He put it seriously that is the classics of living architecture education. Very serious. But indeed, we are faced with these serious questions. If we don't improve, it would be very difficult. So today, a lot of you have mentioned the reform and transformation of architecture teaching. No matter what, you need to respond. Like I said this morning, it's not a matter of whether you like the AI or not. You must embrace it because the AI era is here. We either follow or be eliminated. There is no other way out. But apart from these, we also have other core values. What AI brought to us is the change of lifestyle and habits, maybe changes to our value perception as well. But I always believe that in our human society, we do have something lying in our core values. As we continuously grow, these values will also coexist as the key value, like our pursuit of freedom, pursuit of equality, pursuit of a better life. These are core and fundamental values. In our future eras, not just the AI era, but also the others, how can we stay committed to these core values? Second, I think for architecture education, of course, we need to face new challenges. We need to transform accordingly. But as a major, as a profession, architecture or architects, what are our key values of our own industry? What are the necessities of architecture? From previous history of architecture, we noticed designers and these works have contributed a lot to human beings. Without architects, maybe half of the humanization would be taken away. But what about the future? In the future, what will be the role of our architects? What are architectures? Is it true that in the future, machines instead of people can build for us? Or do we need to go back to the construction? People think the architecture is nothing but to build buildings. If so, then what are our architects for? Like I said this morning, apart from building, apart from improving the environment, apart from providing a better life, which is to build environment. But actually, I don't like it. Why? Because it only emphasizes the physical part of our work, not the non-physical part of our work. That is the spiritual level, our culture, our souls. These need spaces and a sense of belongings. We are not like animals. Animals need only a shelter. But for us, well, we were animals, we also needed shelters. So to this extent, buildings were also our shelters. But as our human civilization progresses, we move from just animal to more like a spiritual and a soul person. Then, what are the necessities of buildings? What can architects bring to us? Of course, back then there will be tangible or intangible architectures. There will be physical or virtual architects. The boundary would be more ambiguous, but we still need buildings. We cannot just float. We need a space. We need a place to find that sense of belonging. That's my understanding of architecture. So I prefer architecture, this word. I think it is much more powerful and more close to our essence than any other definition. I don't like the architecture in Chinese because it was translated by Japanese before. You may not know this architecture in Chinese, although it was in two words, but actually they mean the same meaning, to build. But only to build is not enough. So that's the second thinking. And the third, if we want to solve these issues, I don't think we can solve these right now. We are still progressing. Our souls are also progressing. But there is one way to help us to find the answer better and faster. That is the cross-cultural exchanges. For every different culture, it has its own understanding of these basic issues. Behind every culture, there are philosophies passed down from thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They condense the key values belonging to every human being. That is the universal value. But there are also interesting views from different perspectives, from different views with different conclusions. Like in Chinese civilization, we have our own special feature. I think it is true for African culture as well. Even for Mombasa, it also has something exclusive to it. Every culture has its unique DNA. These are unique because different cultures, after so many years of history, these cultures try to respond, try to solve different challenges, and they come with their answers from the cultures. Once we put this together, they will be the final source of human wisdom. So that's why I firmly believe that even for different cultures, our cross-cultural exchanges are not just for fun. It's not just to know a little bit of yourself. No, that's more than opening the horizon for us. Instead, through our cross-cultural exchanges, we can really understand. Even for the same question, we have different understanding. And finally, we can find the answer. What is the answer? The answer is not like one day we can really be the same, we all share the same idea. No. Instead, we finally get to know that how to solve different questions. For some questions, we may try different methods instead of only on one fixed answer. Human civilization should be coming of more and more answers instead of fewer and fewer. That is the reason why we do cross-cultural exchanges. So from the very beginning, like you mentioned, Tongji University actively promotes international collaboration. But we started with a smaller scope, only the culture exchange between China and the West. What does the West mean? Africa is also West for us, but it was not in our original scope of exchange. Well, for Africa, China is definitely from the East, so is India. If you go to West, then America is West as well, but it doesn't matter because the Earth is round. So we need to understand different cultures, different ways of thinking. And today we finally figure out that when our Chinese students exchange with students from Kenya, we find actually we have our differences and similarities. So that's why many faculty mention from the joint research programs, we find with Kenya, with Mombasa, the fun and the key lessons we can learn from our exchangers. I also believe that like today we also mentioned the Central Asia collaboration, the Silk Road. That's another part. I've been to these countries you've mentioned, these universities you've mentioned. Like you said, these are totally different teaching mechanism. Also, we have a teacher sharing with us from the Quanzhou, which is another starting point for the Belt and Road. International collaboration does not matter how many of these, but the more the merrier. Tongji University opens our collaboration with the West. Don't see Africa as one same continent. It's a huge continent. It has so many different cultures. East Asia, South Asia, West Asia, Sahara culture. These are all very different. We all need to not to research. Different cultures can be researched, yes. From literature, from history, you can do the researches. More importantly, we need to learn. We need to learn from different cultures. What are uniqueness in your own? What are exclusive to yours? So that we can become smarter and smarter. For those concerns, challenges, because we are not smart enough, we don't have enough wisdom, then what to do? Our wisdom never comes from just one person. Instead, it is the summary of all these people. So my third feeling is the cross-cultural international exchange that will be very and even more important for future architecture building. One day, our architecture education cannot sustain without cross-cultural exchanges. That's the reason why we promote these international exchanges. Of course, for architecture transformation, there will be a lot more discussion. I think you have your own understanding. I share with you my thoughts. Please bear with me if I make any mistake. I sincerely hope for today's symposium, we can go on and we can have more discussions. Of course, today we are going to sign the second round of cooperation with TOM. I believe for Xi'an Jiaotong University, Huazhao University, or others, even those not at present today, we have different international exchanges. I sincerely hope these agreements can be promoted so our students, our faculty can have more opportunities of cross-cultural exchanges during the architecture education. I sincerely hope for our collaboration with TOM can go on. Not just like 3 years ago, 5 years ago, only among students, only on one research program. Instead, it could be expanded to the overall education system. Our overall content, even the value of the architecture. If through our collaboration there can be something we can reach the conclusion on, then that will be our biggest contribution. So I sincerely hope our cooperation can go on. I also hope based on that, Our content, our exchanges can be wider and wider.
And to have more frequent communication as well. For this year, in May, we visited our overseas partners, and in June, you came to visit us, and in September, once again, you're gonna just visit us again. Obviously, we'll have more frequent communications. The more frequent we communicate with each other, the deeper relationship we can build with each other. Hopefully, we can really have better and stronger friendship with friends from Kenya. And with that in mind, we'll be able to touch upon each other's soul. And by doing that, we'll be able to stand the chance to resolve the challenges faced by human beings. That's it from me. Thank you.
非常感谢吴老师。
Thank you, Professor Wu, for your concluding remarks. Once again, thank you so much for joining us in the afternoon session. With that, I conclude the whole day's event. Thank you so much. Once again, I would like to kindly ask you to come up to the stage and to take your picture together. Thank you.